Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into another live stream, Saturday Night Live stream. Saturday Night Live stream, 7 o'clock Eastern. Summer solstice, the longest days of the year, June 20th, June 21st. So it's going to be light out until maybe 10 o'clock tonight. I don't know. Maybe like 9:45. It'll still be light in my area. And we've got some big updates. I mean, it's updates every day now. Really, since last weekend, it's been updates pretty much every day. And they're tracking B-2 bomber movements. That's what we're going to look at. Trump involved in a national security meeting right now. Guys, I didn't go on a date. No, I didn't even go on a date. I didn't go on a date, guys. But yeah, I went to a movie with my friend last night. 28 years later, it wasn't very good. I mean, my friend liked it. I didn't think it was very good. It was like they abruptly switched the plot. The first half of the movie, it was this nice loving relationship, father son, and then this is spoilers, but I don't know, you guys care. Then the father cheats on the wife that was sick, and then he just gets like killed off of the story. I thought it was very odd, but yeah, so that's basically what it was. And I mean, I'm not going to sit there. I was like, do I stream at 11 o'clock? There wasn't even much news, so yeah. And this is another thing we're going to see. The proxies are going to be activated if the U.S. does something. Now, the Houthis have been beaten to shit, but there was a ceasefire with the Houthis on the Red Sea, and now they're going to pick up again. So all of the proxies are going to pick up activity. The Houthis, Hezbollah, and we're going to have to see what China and Russia do. This is not good. And I'm hoping there's going to be some type of ceasefire. I'm not going to try and predict this because Trump has made it to where he doesn't want anyone to know. Seems like a TV series they stuffed into 2 hours. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, and it got really slow towards the end, and then they ended it with like some comedy. Like they were mixing in comedy. I don't know what the movie was supposed to be exactly. Like I get it's kind of like you want some comedic relief in some way, but and then it got really slow in the second half of the movie, like insanely slow, and it turned into this like drama thing, and it's just like a really bipolar movie, is what I would say about it. Jose. JD Vance. I think that was on accident, honestly. He just flubbed his name. Called him Jose. And he got pissed off about it for sure. You thought the proxies were weakened a bit? Oh yeah, no, they definitely are weakened. That's why they're not doing anything right now or they're doing very little to Israel right now. That's why Israel is striking right now, because they're so weakened. Hamas is weakened, dealing with Israel and Palestine. And Hezbollah is weakened significantly, but they're still there. And they're going to they're going to start to be more active, I would imagine. To what degree? I mean, we'll see what they have left. U.S. evacuates embassy in Israel. We'll see if I don't know if this is true. I'm not. Oh, this is Reuters. Reuters is saying J.D. Vance pushed back against Israeli officials during intense phone call, saying the United States should not be directly involved in war, and suggesting Israel was going to drag the U.S. into war. I mean, that's another great thing from Vance, and I tweeted about this about 30 minutes ago. I said, remember the Houthi situation in Yemen? Vance said we shouldn't be involved because it's an international shipping lane, and we only have 3% of our 3% of ship activity compared to other countries goes through that channel. And so Vance was even against that, and Vance is also, I mean, it's a report, we'll see. Vance was also against joining Israel in doing the joint strikes back in March. Now Vance is against this. So Vance is against all of this stuff, but it's not up to Vance. And Vance put out a statement today supporting Trump and saying, and trying to almost justify it as America First policy in terms of potentially doing some type of strike against Iran, which I would imagine still is going to be the B-2s. It's not going to be anything crazy like a tactical nuke. They just say that because they have contingency plans to do anything and everything They have to have these plans. And so the media will pick up on it and say, well, Trump talked about in closed doors meeting a tactical nuke. Well, it's all contingency plans. You discuss a lot of different plans, just like they discuss invading Greenland, they discuss the canal. It's all of this stuff. Something is definitely going to happen. Question is when. Based on the current route of the bombers, they say potentially Monday night or Tuesday, but who knows? I mean, they're stealth for a reason. They already could have some. Did you like 28 Years? Wasn't a fan? No, I really didn't. What did you think? I thought it was very bipolar. I thought it slowed down significantly, and they made the father-son be like this great duo, and then the father's just gone. Like half the movie, the father's the main character, then he's gone. It's just strange. You had said Russia and China wouldn't join. No, I agree. They're not going to join. Russia has already offered defensive help. They're not going to join in the way to where it's like the United States joins. It's not going to be hands-on involvement. It could be sanction relief. It could be defense help to Iran. There's a number of things they could do. But I don't think they're going to join obviously the way the U.S. is going to join Israel. And for China, that's a potential benefit, us just being involved in the Middle East. I mean, we saw what happened to the Soviet Union. We saw what happened to the United States. It weakens a country having this involvement. So they're just going to sit back, I would imagine. But they will help Iran to a degree. But they have been from what I can tell, very lukewarm on helping them so far. But I think if the U.S. is involved, because they already denounced Israel, both China and Russia denounced them and said they wanted peace, but said that it was an illegal attack. William, I appreciate it. Newsom, does he run or just trying to build? No, Newsom is definitely going to run. And I want to do a video on Newsom. It's just like this weird psyop with him where, yeah, Newsom's right now, he senses an opportunity. The Democratic Party has no leader. He is the governor of the most powerful state in the country. And he also has name recognition. And he was, if you go back to the summer of 2024, a potential choice to replace even Biden over Kamala. They were saying that he was going to do that. So Newsom has always been the 1B option for the Democrats. He's trying to become the 1A option now. And it's all these Democrats. Anything you do against Trump is treated well. And so that's why Crockett and AOC and Cory Booker and Padilla, they all see this. So they're all trying to go against Trump. They're all trying to make it public. They're all whether it's Cory Booker, 24-hour straight speech on the floor, whether it's Padilla screaming like a woman and just being obnoxious, whether it's Crockett just acting ghetto and just, I mean, this is what they do because they know they'll get reinforced positive. People will praise them within the DNC. But now Newsom is just getting embarrassing. Have you guys seen Newsom challenge JD Vance to a debate? What are you, is this like debate me, bro? Really? Vance just won. I mean, he was part of the winning ticket. He's a VP. He won like an election 8 months ago. Why would he debate anyone? How does Vance benefit from debating someone in 2025? Newsom just comes off as very desperate and just like pay attention to me by doing that. I'm surprised his people told him to do that. It's a terrible look. It makes you seem desperate. You just won an election. You're the VP. You're in office for another 3 years, but please debate me. Debate you on what? Like, that's a typical no-win situation for Vance. Thoughts on the B-2s moving to Guam? Yeah, I've got this on here right here. So this is not how it's going to exactly go. So there's a refueling at Guam. Then there's potentially a few more refuelings. They're talking about going to Diego Garcia. And then the potential, I don't think they're going to fly over Pakistan because they would have to request clearance from Pakistan. And I don't think they're going to do that. And then they would go in. But yeah, there's a lot of these military accounts tweeting about the stealth bombers today because of the movements. This was a projection on the movements of the B-2s that we know of. I mean, they're not very stealth if we've got like full projections of them, but obviously we don't know exactly when they would be striking. Mr. Clean, you feel Russians' help would be pretty limited given the entanglements in Ukraine? Yeah, no, I agree. Did you see they offered defensive help and Iran denied it? They said they didn't want to turn it into a pact or something. They offered defensive help. Russia did. To what degree, I don't know. And obviously they have they're strained. You know, they're involved in the Ukraine conflict, and that's where the number one focus is from them, 100%. John Ratcliffe entering the West Wing as the president, set to meet with national security team tonight, according to CNN. This is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, there's probably going to, I don't know when this is going to happen, if it ends up happening, but there's the refueler. Just insane technology. Such a badass piece of weaponry. Did you see Steve Bannon was just at the White House too? Hopefully he was talking some sense into Trump. Yeah, he'll have no pull over what Trump does. I mean, I know he was at the White House. He had lunch with Trump, it was reported. But you see what Bannon said today? He said in like coded language, oh, it's going to happen today. Like there's going to be the strikes today, or they were going to do an emergency war room or something. He was saying he was getting intel that it was going down. And I mean, look at this tweet, but you know, it's a random account. Mm-hmm. These are strategic stealth bombers. Why does everyone know their exact movements at well, they know their movements right now. I mean, I think there's a way that the United States could obviously make it to where they're hidden, and they're going to do that at some point. But I mean, you have to know. But also, this could be a fear-mongering tactic. I mean, that's that's hoping a lot. That's hoping for a ceasefire. You get them to the brink, and then, but I just don't see how there can be a ceasefire. I mean, Europe met with Iran. Trump dismissed it. It was very strange. I don't see how Europe could facilitate a ceasefire unless they somehow convinced Iran to not have a nuclear program in exchange for something. But I don't know what Europe would even offer. Like France met with Iran or something, and Trump was like, "Yeah, it's stupid. I don't know what they're going to talk. There's no reason." There was going to be an attack. U.S. wouldn't position all of these resources if they weren't. Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I do think the only other thing, it would be like maximum pressure for a ceasefire. For, you know, you pressure Iran to the point of the brink of attacking, and you get everything lined up, and then that's when they finally submit. But I don't think they will. That's why I've said, you know, for a few days, I don't want to predict it, but, you know, it's looking extremely likely there's going to be an attack. Reports of explosion. Yeah, I think that's trolling, man. That's a bit trolling. I don't think that there's even up. Yeah, this was the last updates. I got to go to the newer ones. Negotiations meaningless unless Israel stops attack. Well, they're not going to stop attacking, so there's not going to be a peace deal. There's not going to be a ceasefire. Where is the up to the minute?
Oh, completely overblown. I mean, the idea that there's a schism in the Republican Party, or that the Trump coalition is breaking up, is completely absurd. The Reagan Institute is coming out with a new poll this weekend. I've seen the numbers in advance. 90% of self-described MAGA Republicans say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. 80% say that is vital to, that Israel's security is vital to our security. 64% support Israel bombing the nuclear facilities. There is absolutely no daylight between Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. What there are is a small, tiny, loud, but tiny cabal of Republican isolationists on Capitol Hill and in the commentariat who are completely disconnected from Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is absolutely behind Donald Trump, and he's in getting rid of this nuclear.
I don't know, that wasn't a notification from me. I don't know, that was from the Fox News. You're a good man. I appreciate that, Calix. Thank you for that. That's very nice. But I mean, this is just more Israel crap. It's just more propaganda. Yeah, we don't want them to get a nuclear weapon, but what is the cost? It's a little bit more nuanced than just saying it. But I mean, this is just such a psyop, dude. Like, this whole thing, oh, now they can't have a nuclear weapon. You know, you do some research into this, it's such a fear-mongering thing, like the whole idea of them somehow developing a nuclear bomb. Where are their tests happening at? Have they had a test yet? No, it's like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, do you know how long it took North Korea to actually run a successful test and become legitimately nuclear? And even now, their tests still fail. Because the process is so strenuous. And now we're supposed to believe, well, they've got one. And they're going to launch the first one, and it's going to be perfect, and it's going to connect with the United States. Come on. It's just bullshit fear-mongering. Fear-mongering. I don't know what I said there. Will Netanyahu stop the bombs? No, they're not going to stop the bombs. And if that's true about Iran, they're not going to negotiate until Israel stops. Israel's not going to stop. But I mean, whether Israel stopped or not, it doesn't really matter. They would have to agree to zero enrichment and destroying or getting rid of their nuclear program. That's not going to happen. They're not going to agree to that. So then when do the strikes come, Donald? The strikes are going to come. Because I don't see how, unless Trump caves into it, which doesn't look like he's going to. If they manage to destroy Fordo, the fortified nuclear facility in Iran, what happens after that? Well, then they will bomb U.S. bases in Iraq, and there are U.S. troops there. Iran will, in response. It's easier for them to hit Iraq based on location, where it's located, versus Israel, and they've said that. And Trump, they know that. They've already threatened it. So then what does Trump want to do after they respond and they kill U.S. soldiers? There's a giant gap between what the Trump team at Pentagon has said they are going to do and what everyone is rambling about online. Not really. I mean, there's two options. You either have an agreement or you hit them. I mean, it's not that complicated. What is there, like a mysterious fifth, sixth, seventh option? It seems pretty straightforward. We should allow them 3.7 enrichment. That's fine. We'll do inspections around what it... No, I agree. Well, I wanted them to originally do the nuclear deal 100% with the enrichment. But Trump won't accept any enrichment. That's part of the reason he criticized the Obama deal, because it allowed enrichment to 3.7%. But you know, the stuff with Tulsi Gabbard now, I did a video on that today with Tulsi being on the outs. I don't know what happens to Tulsi. Obviously, she fell in line, and it's unfortunate. Who says the Israelis aren't trying to soften up air defenses on Fordo before we hit it? The explosions could be trolling or the truth. Yeah, no, I'm sure there's coordination, obviously, between the United States and Israel on how this is going to happen. Crypto tanking. Yeah, it struggles on the weekends, man. It does. But I mean, this is like a global uncertainty. We need Bitcoin to stay above 100K. I don't know. What is it at? Didn't get a notification. Yeah, that happens with YouTube, unfortunately. Population of illegal immigrants in the U.S. has been dropped by an estimate 1 million. Wow, that's pretty remarkable news if that's true. It's a lot of self-deportations, but still. 1 million. So most of those would be self-deportations. I don't know if that's true or not. There's the saying that nature hates a vacuum. It applies to Iran, considering that if the U.S. went to war to overthrow the Iran government, you wouldn't want citizens angry with it. Yeah, I think any type of a scenario where it involves regime change and the U.S. is heavily involved is going to be disliked. It's just not going to go over well, especially at the current time. Now you can look back on it and say it was good, but just based off of where we are politically with bending to Israel so much, it's just a bad look. And I don't think this type of stuff is not good for Trump himself. I mean, the other thing is these people tout off these numbers saying 80% of Republicans. Well, dude, all Democrats don't support anything that Trump does. So if it's 80% of Republicans, it's like 60% of the country does not support what Trump is doing. So it's like, any type of situation like this is going to significantly hurt Trump. Especially considering Israel, the fractions now that are going against Israel that don't like all of this support for Israel. 28 years later. Yeah, I thought it was not that good, honestly, man. I'll be honest. It was like a 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, maybe. Movies now, it's just like, just odd movie. What are you more excited about? 1 million illegals gone or 1 Ellen DeGeneres gone? Yeah, what about her? She moved to the UK. That's how spazzy these people get. They finally did it. Her and Rosie O'Donnell, they couldn't take it. The Trump victory. Like, it got so bad. And then they moved to, like, extremely white areas in other European countries. It's funny. Like, do you know what you vote for? You vote for multiculturalism. You vote for living with many, many different people. These people live in all white areas. It's hilarious. Live with what you voted for. Because you're making it in big cities. Israel should not have nukes just as much as Iran shouldn't. Well, I mean, and how about how they acquired their nukes? It's pretty insane. But with Israel, yeah, the Samson option is absurd. And I think they deny it. They say it's biblical. It's not real. But they also just deny having nukes in general. But I mean, whether you want to talk about whether they have, with Iran, we can understand any adversary. We're not going to want to have nuclear bombs. I agree, 100% full stop. But we know the way in which they lied previously about this, and now it's happening again. So obviously, people are not going to like it. Like, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Trump's own intelligence says, "Oh no, they're not producing. They're not weaponizing it." Because there's a huge process that goes, even once you get to 90% enrichment, which it hasn't been proven they're at, even once you get to 90%, there's a huge process in terms of miniaturization involving actually being able to make a capable nuclear grade weapon. So there's a lot that goes into it. And so even Tulsi Gabbard came out and said they're not weaponizing it. And then, Trump's just like, you better change what you said. You better just talk about the enrichment, the enrichment, the enrichment, the enrichment. And yeah, it is a aggressive enrichment. It's obviously because, they want to use it as a deterrent to a degree. Did you see now where Tulsi said they're close? I did a whole video on it. Yeah. The administration went to Tulsi and said, you better clarify this right now. This is what we're doing. This is the way it's going. That's how politics are. You better clarify your statement. You better say 60% enrichment. You better say 2 weeks, 3 weeks until a nuclear bomb. That's just how politics go. So you really don't have a choice if you're Tulsi. The idea that Iran has everything important in just one location is crazy. That narrative is to just make things easy to digest and more black and white. Right, that's another thing. It's like, oh, they've got 100% of their nuclear program at Fordo. Get in, get out. We've destroyed their entire program with the strikes on Fordo. It's not, obviously they've got many different facilities in different areas, but that's just one of the main hubs. And, they've got it fortified significantly. I mean, I guess Israel can take out some of them, but they can't take out Fordo. That's why there's a high emphasis on it, because of how it's built and how it's fortified. But you're right, you take out Fordo, that doesn't automatically destroy all of their nuclear facilities, but that's presumably the toughest one that we know of. I mean, they probably got other ones that we don't know about. That's the other thing. Stop the copium. Israel is not the same. What if as having nukes is, well, no, they're an ally and Iran's not. So you're right, it's not the same. I agree, but it is pretty remarkable. What do you think about how they got their nukes, Israel, and the fact that they deny having them when everyone knows they have a nuclear program? You think that's right? And then they say other countries can't have them. Tulsi released a statement saying her previous statement was twisted by the media before today's post. What Tulsi said is, yes, they're enriching. They're not enriching to the level of weaponization because there's multiple steps. It's not just enrichment that has to be done. That video was from before he ever said she was wrong. Which video are you talking about? Are you talking about the video I recorded? I did today? You support the local ICE raids. They need to ramp the ICE raids up while people are distracted. They really need to ramp them up. But if that is true and there's 1 million people that have been deported, or not deported, but there's 1 million people, when you combine the physical deportations and the self-deportations, that's an insane number. They're already trying to pitch a regime change in Iran. Trump back at the White House, going for another meeting. Yeah, he's going to have these meetings around the clock until, something happens, and then he'll probably continue even more depending on how much they commit to this. I just wonder what it does to oil. I really think it would be very bad if oil went to $120. I mean, I don't know if it will, because, they would be hurting China if they did something to the Strait. Iran would, and that's an ally because China gets oil from there. But, I mean, it's just depends on what they do. They've threatened a lot, and they never end up doing anything. Have you guys seen Trump's flagpole? I was a little bit surprised at the flagpole, honestly. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's like it's like off center, and I was like, wow, I'm surprised that he went with that. It was just kind of strange. Like the White House is a perfect the way it's built, the architecture of it in terms of the symmetrical, and then you got this flagpole up in the front. Tulsi undermining the administration. She must be fired. Well, no, she's not undermining it. That's what she said in March. They did intelligence reports. She's the director of national intelligence, so they did an intelligence report and it came back that there's no weaponization. So that's just what she reported. And then, people saw that and they see what Trump is saying now. But it's like Trump had this like epiphany in the last 2 weeks, and now it's like the obsession with Iran. And the other thing was, if you go back to that Obama nuclear deal, and I looked this up, it took 20 months to negotiate that. Trump gave this negotiation 2 months. He gave a deadline of 60 days. So why not give a longer period of time? That's another thing you have to think about. I mean, these negotiations, they're not easy. They're really not. So they're going to take some time. And, when you put a timeline like that on it, but if Trump wanted zero enrichment, there was never going to be a deal. It can't happen. The Royal, thank you. Her video in front of Congress was from before he said she was wrong. And yes, they need to ramp up deportations in every state. Yeah, no. Her video the video in Congress was from March. And then recently he said she was wrong like 2 days ago. That's the timeline. Yeah, no, I agree. They need to ramp up deportations, but it is bullish if there's been 1 million people that illegals that have left the country. No way would a lefty reporter take a picture at an angle that would make the flagpole look off. No, the flagpole's not off, but it's odd to have a fully symmetrical building and then just in front a massive flagpole on one of the sides. Thoughts on Trump paving over the Kennedy Rose Garden? Not a fan. Yeah, he did it because I'm not a fan of that either. He did it, I think, because he wanted to have more events or something. But these presidents, they all make additions or changes to the White House, and so they leave their mark. And this is what he wants to do, I guess. Because apparently they have a lot of events there, and it just would work better if it was a harder surface. Thoughts on the Switch 2? I never got it. I never got the first Nintendo Switch either. So the only thing I got was I got the Wii. But I never got the Nintendo Switches. I got the Nintendo DS when I was younger. We want more conspiracy videos. I'm going to be doing a video on some interesting World War II stuff, I think. I got to do a video on 9/11. I got to do a channel update video is really what I've got to do to tell people about this stuff that I've been thinking, so. John Jones retired. Yeah, with him it was kind of I saw he did like an interview where he walked out of the interview. They asked him if he was going to fight someone, one of the Nelk boys, and so yeah, we'll go to all those posts right now. That'll be a good rundown. Dude, he's treating this like it's an election cycle. I'm gonna have to do a video on this at some point. It's the weirdest thing. This is the desperation from Newsom. It's like he's the only one punching. Like it's just so forced. Trump on his way to the White House. Meeting, I guess, happened at 6 o'clock tonight, so we'll see how that goes. Needs to be 500K a month. Deportations, yeah, you're not going to get to 500K a month. There's no way. There's no way they're going to get to 500K deportations a month. They don't have the infrastructure to handle 500K people deported. I can understand your frustration in terms of the illegals here, absolutely. But I mean, if you're talking about 1 million, that is reliant on a lot of the self-deportations. But if you're talking about 1 million in the span of 5 months, which is what they're at right now, I mean, that's pretty good. That's 2 million, and that would be 8 million over the but I don't think they're gonna get to 8 million. There's no way. And this is including the self-deportations. And this is based off of numbers that we don't even know if are right. Israel just said now or never for American attack. Well, I mean, they could attack today, tomorrow, Monday. At least 430 civilians killed in Iran. Air defense systems heavily engaged. U.S. citizens evacuated from Israel on flights to Greece. Trump meeting with the having the national security meeting. Iran opened a pact similar to 2015 nuclear deal and to end the current conflict. Right. I mean, that's not gonna be agreed upon. They're not gonna agree to United States is not interested in allowing uranium enrichment. Newsom trying to be the Democratic frontrunner 3 years early. Yeah, it's like you ever hear the term peak too early with Newsom? My goodness, man. It's like, are we already doing this with this campaign shit? Nobody's in the campaign mode where this dude and his entire staff is like going crazy. The other, but it's a weird dynamic because Trump and Vance are not punching back because there's no election. So it's like he's acting like he's facing JD Vance or Trump and the election's 4 months away. That's what it feels like Newsom is acting like. Debate me, come visit my state, and then every post is about Trump. Or now it's about Vance because he's like, well, Vance is probably going to be the Republican nominee, so now he's turned his attention to Vance. Because Vance called someone by the wrong name. Oh, it's so horrible. How dare he? AOC and Crockett are great choices, right? Since Trump is so bad. It's sarcasm. Yeah, I mean AOC and Crockett. I mean that's the thing with their party. They would be better off with Newsom than either one of those two. But Newsom is someone that I don't think is gonna fare very well in a general election, especially in the Rust Belt. The Rust Belt is so important when it comes to just U.S. elections. It's insane. You know, you're coming from California. Of course, the VP would be probably Whitmer. They would have to do balance it like that, but maybe Wes Moore, but you'd probably want someone from the Rust Belt. Iran's air defenses blindly launching auto cannons into the fire, into the sky. Yeah, I mean Iran is they don't have. It seems like they don't have very good air defense system. Alexander, thank you. Trump knows the only way that you satisfy the base and Israel lobby and get regime change without ground troops is a tactical nuke. Dude, but there's no way. You know what kind of an escalation that would be? And unfortunately, that would normalize the use of tactical nukes. That's the problem. But I don't know what would happen if there actually was a tactical nuke. I mean, it would have to. There would be a bad ripple effect. I feel like if there actually was one. I know what you're saying. But dude, if we seriously do that because they're obsessed with regime change, debates are a waste of time. They always cherry pick data from peer-reviewed sources. I mean, debates can be entertaining. It just depends. A lot of the time with debates, this is what I realize when you watch them. A lot of the time, the debate turns into the definition of a word. If you see that on the internet, you see a lot of it. Like it's not they're not even actually arguing the point because they don't agree on a definition to be able to argue it. Honestly, before these debates, whenever they do these online debates, you should be forced to like agree to a certain definition so the entire debate doesn't devolve into debating a definition. Ultra realistic AI clips are getting out of pocket. Yeah, they're getting better. They are getting better, man. Trump on Iran, only time will tell. Wage growth best in 60 years. Yeah, I got to do a video on this. There's some really good numbers. Blue collar wage growth is crazy. How about that Fordo coin? How about ceasefire coin? Could the US afford this? What would be the cost? Well, it depends how extensive this ends up being and what we invest into it. How long does it end up lasting? Dave Smith got violated. No, I didn't think he got violated. I mean, by Constantine. I mean, that dude's just arguing just Zionist talking points the entire time. But I didn't see the entire thing, so I shouldn't comment on it. You just see clips on X. The problem with that is people like Newsom will argue that illegal immigration, which is illegal by law, is legal. No, honestly, I don't think an actual Dem. I mean, you'll get like people lefties online that'll try and argue for illegal. Like Newsom against Vance. I do think it'd be an interesting debate just because it'd be entertaining. But why would Vance do that right now? He's got everything to lose, nothing to gain by doing that. I mean, if the time comes and it happens, it happens. But I think most of it more Democrats conceding that there has to be a border because it's just such a losing issue for them if they try and argue for illegal immigration. Like the actual Democrats that are going to have to, if they want to run for president in terms of winning the swing states, you can't argue for illegal immigration. You're never going to win. So they say, well, and we want pathway. What they'll argue for is pathway to citizenship, people that have already been in the country for a while and haven't committed any other crimes other than just entering illegally. They'll argue for that, but they generally say, yes, we now admit the border should be secure, and the smart ones will admit that. But then they try and say, well, we should allow people to come in. I mean, look at our immigration rates versus every other country. Look at the total number of immigrants we've taken. It blows every other country away in the last 40 years. It's insane. It's like, 30 or 40 million more overall people in terms of immigrants than every other country. If you look at second and third place, I think second place is like Germany. It's just out of control, the amount of immigration we've taken into this country. Did you see Big Mike tweeting about the Iran thing? No, I didn't. You're talking about Michelle Obama? You went from 139 pounds to 161. By now, that is kind of a lot of weight. Depends how tall you are. You're at 161. How tall are you? If you're at 161 and you're like 5'10", that's you're pretty good. If you're like 5'11 at 161, that's good. Trump talking at 9 o'clock. Is that legit? Is Trump actually speaking at 9 o'clock tonight? Israelis told Trump they don't want to wait 2 weeks for him to make a decision. I don't think he's going to wait 2 weeks, but he just said it was a timeline. I think whatever will happen before 2 weeks. Israel might decide to, even though they're not going to be able to penetrate it deeply, they might try and go at Fordo. What happened to the Alberta situation? It's in a standstill. They still have to have a referendum. They haven't even had the referendum yet to actually try and start a secession process. But there's a lot of legal problems with doing that because there's a lot of things in Alberta that are, I believe, owned by Ottawa, and so there would have to be like there's certain land in there that the betterment of the country of Canada can claim, and it's not just Alberta's. It's a little bit complicated for a province to try and secede, I believe. You're 4'5" and 300 pounds. Am I good? Yeah, that sounds. You're looks maxing. Yeah, you're looks maxing, dude. 160 at 5'11", very skinny. You should be between 175, 200 at 5'11". Yeah, but you could be skinny fat at that. A lot of Americans are. But yeah, I mean, you probably wouldn't be. It wouldn't be too bad. Um, but like I know, like it depends where your fat. Do you have a lot of muscle? If you have a lot of muscle, then that would be a good. But a lot of people don't work out. So if you're 5'11" and like 195, you're probably skinny fat in the United States because your odds are it's not a lot of it is muscle. USB2 strike timing. Keep in mind the moon phase, new moon on June 25th, darkest night, but it's currently only 17 illumination. So when do you think, let me just ask you this question. Give me a prediction. When do you think it's going to happen Eastern Standard Time if they strike? What is the ideal time? You have to, you can say the Iranian time and then convert it to whatever it is Eastern Standard Time on when they would strike Fordo. When is the perfect ideal time, do you think, for them to do it? Like time of day, I'm talking. You're 6'1", 270. Yeah, that's overweight. You're 210 and 800 pounds. You think I'm looking good? Dude, you're like a fucking, you're like a really fat slug. I guess that does it does suit you, Claus. It suits you well. You're 5'8", 148, work out 4 days a week. Yeah, you're probably in pretty good shape at those numbers, I would say. 12 p.m., 4 p.m. Your crypto is so bad right now. Yeah, my crypto is down a bit because it's all this bullshit, honestly, with no, I mean, you can't even blame this on Iran, the Iran situation, really, because this is what crypto does. You're 6'2", 140, but very lean. Yeah, you're underweight significantly if you're 6'2", 140. That is actually really underweight. Rubio wants a deal? Is that serious? That seems unlikely.
And they Mighty 1-1 San Francisco.
Go for Mighty 1-1.
Mighty 1-1
Is Trump really talking today? I don't know. Somebody just said he was talking it. I think that's false. Because someone else would say it in the chat.
Francisco. ATC clears Mighty 1-1. Unable requested altitude due to traffic. Maintain a block, flight level 300 to flight level 330. Feedback?
Mighty 1-1, clear to climb 300, block 330.
San Francisco, Roger.
San Francisco radio, Mighty 2-1, position on 5574.
Mighty 2-1, go ahead.
Mighty 2-1, north 35, west 1.
Do you own any gold or silver? No, I don't. What's going on with Tulsi? Is the deep state going after her? Well, they made her clarify her statements. There's a difference between uranium enrichment and weaponization, and they're not, they want to fearmonger as much as possible, basically. So when Tulsi said that back in March and people picked up on it, I mean, that's your director of national intelligence saying it. So it was problematic, and the media talked to Trump about it, and he just said she's flat out wrong. So they made her clarify her statement, and they just go with the enrichment talking point. Sam, thank you. Makes 1,000 more sense. Thank you for the $10 donation, man. You think Trump is doing this in hopes of scaring Iran into submission? I mean, that's definitely that's a charitable look at it that we would love to be true. But they've moved too much at this point, I think, for it to be that. I know you could say, well, it's you want to pressure them to the point of submission. With Trump, you really don't know what he's going to do, and he likes it that way. So, but it seems blatantly obvious because of what they've said that they're not going to give an inch on enrichment. There's going to have to be strikes because they're not going to. There's not going to be a deal. If there's not a deal, then what are we even talking? Then there's going to be strikes. Media's going to play gotcha question with every little thing. Well, I mean, I'd like to hear Trump's speakers again, but yeah, they are going to definitely. Trump says the U.S. has bombed Iran. U.S. has targeted 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. The full payload of bombs was dropped on primary site Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. Now Trump is demanding peace. I might have to change the title, dude. Well, now here come the strikes on the Iraq bases. Keep having to change these titles. It's Yeah, I'll change it to strikes, actually, not bombs. Well, this is the update. It's fake? No, I don't think it's fake. If this account is, it's probably not fake. CNN hasn't updated. No, it's not fake. Unless someone hacked Trump's account. It's true. You could look at his Truth Social. Yeah, I mean, obviously the post is true. I mean, if all these influencers are tweeting about it, the post it's true. I mean, and you knew this was coming at some point. Between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern time, you said? Yeah, well, it's actually like right at 8 o'clock. Did the U.S. just confirm we personally bombed Iran? Yeah. Yeah, no, Trump just confirmed we bombed 3 of their nuclear sites, including their primary site. All planes safely on their way home. Trump asking for peace now. Fox is breaking it now. Lindsey Graham nutting right now. Yeah. Oh. You just have to hope. You just have to hope that Response tweets it out. You just have to hope that after these return strikes by Iran, there can be a ceasefire. But I mean, what is this, the beginning? This is the beginning of another long situation, maybe. Their move, well, we'll see what they end up doing. We'll have to get the status updates on how successful the bombing runs were. Trump tweets it officially now on X to share it. Hagseth tweets it. No, there's not going to be a draft. I'll tell you, there's not going to be a draft. But the writing seemed on the wall at this point with this. Now is the time for peace, right? Kind of an oxymoron there. So the hope is that it doesn't spiral, and I mean, there's really nothing I can say except it's just going to seem like pure cope. So I'll just try and report what happens. Tired of losing? I won. Remember when I predicted every state right in the election? Now, anything I say now is just pure cope, so I'm just going to report on it. Yeah, Trump bombed them, and we're waiting to see the extent of it. Man, that dude didn't even report it. Yeah, they're all starting to report it. We got to see the extent of it. There goes crypto. Yeah, I'd like to see like an update on Bitcoin. Let me see what Bitcoin's at right now. $101. It might drop under 100 today. U.S. strike on Iran expected to happen within days. Well, it's already happened. 3 different bases get struck. We're waiting to see the extent of damage and how successful the strikes were. We're waiting for updates on the amount of damage. Do you think the U.S. did a false leak on the B-2s were heading to Guam when they actually were closer and miss? Well, there probably were some that were headed there, and they obviously had some stationed. They did this. This was the same thing with the first Israeli attack when they were announcing there was going to be some type of peace negotiations, and then immediately attacked them. But I mean, they had to have had their air defenses up, but you're not going to be able to detect those. You're just not. They had no chance. Iran in terms of defending against stealth bombers. It obliterated them. Just saw pictures. I mean, I'm guessing it did. The payload on those things is ridiculous. Israel now saying they killed top Iranian commander. So yeah, they're starting the regime change. And so now there's going to be return, and then there's going to be a ceasefire. B-2 is going to Guam. We're not a part of the bombing. Apparently, others were involved. Quick in, quick out. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's what it. You're right. That is what it is. Yeah. It's obvious the 2 weeks thing was another delay tactic while Israel took out more of their launching capability. Trump shows his true colors. POS. Well, it depends how long this conflict lasts. I mean, Trump is demanding peace now. There's obviously going to be return. The U.S. has already calculated it. They know where it's coming from. They know where it's gonna where the bases that are gonna be targeted. And so, what happens after that? That's the question. But I mean, obviously, it was obvious, and we tried to keep up. But really, like 3 days ago, I started saying, well, it's probably gonna happen, and we got to see how this crypto market reacts to this. Bitcoin's recovering a little bit. What is the likelihood of ceasefire? I don't know I don't even know the damage to these facilities. I mean, did they completely obliterate the facilities? I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know about Fort O. They were saying they were potentially not going to be able to completely destroy it. How can you demand peace when you just bombed another country? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not. It's not ideal, but they're going to return, and we know they're going to return with something. What do you think we should expect? Well, the most obvious is targeting military bases in the Middle East. And who knows about, any domestic thing that could arise with an Iranian nationalist? I mean, we don't know. It looked like total annihilation. Yeah, I don't know why I can't get any updates on this. Fordo is gone. Yeah, I mean, you had to expect with the U.S. military that it would be catastrophic. Iran closes Strait of Hormuz and the oil is skyrocketing and we lose mid. Did they close it? Did that happen, or are you saying it's going to happen? They've threatened to do it a bunch. I mean, obviously now this is a major escalation. You left for 30 minutes, and I mean, yeah, nobody really expected it tonight. But that's the thing with Trump. He's not gonna do it when you expect it. So we knew it was gonna probably come at some point, and you think Trump speaks? He might put out a statement that was pre-recorded. If I had to guess, if he does something like that, it's probably what it's gonna be, talking about the successful reporting to the American people, the successful attacks. That's probably my guess. Did you have photos of it? Massey comes out, says it's unconstitutional. They were trying to bring the War Powers Act into it, meaning you need Congress. But I mean, with these Middle Eastern situations, the presidents have never needed congressional support. I'm trying to find the videos of this, see how bad it is, but can't say taco this time. Oh yeah, we finally won. No, I want to see the Democrats come out with the taco. Yeah, bring out the taco now. But we would have liked the taco in this one, but you didn't think he would really do it? Yeah, well, I thought for a while there was negotiations. A lot of it was cope. Some of it was maybe. When Israel struck them, there was, how are they going to agree to anything if they were already, but this is like such a massive Israel influence just in terms of how this entire thing went. So, I mean, listen, there's really no spin I can give because it's fog of war. You don't know what Iran exactly is going to do and how they're going to feel. And then you don't know what the response is from Trump after Iran responds to this. Now, suddenly, Democrats will say Iran has a right to. Democrats are really like split on this. It's like, I think they just like seeing Trump, the administration, face turmoil within the right. We're waiting for updates on like the exact success. I think the only thing that I saw was Fordo got obliterated. I heard Fordo was completely destroyed. I don't know if that's true or not. No, 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 no. We're not gonna get drafted, man. We're not gonna get drafted. So happy they are just getting over with it. Let's move on to tax cuts. Yeah, but the problem is this is going to have a domestic impact on our economy, very likely, unless it resolves quickly somehow. I agree with you. I'd rather not focus on this stuff, but I mean, this is, it will have a domestic impact. It's going to be higher energy prices. It's going to be a trickle down. But I mean, it doesn't have to be catastrophic. It depends how the situation is handled. Fordo gone based on satellite imagery. Fordo has been obliterated, apparently. They're saying the MOB's completely annihilated Fordo, and we're gonna get some images of this. Military meeting their quotas right now, no draft. There's been an uptick in it with Hegseth there, and Trump after Trump won. You're right. So we're waiting for Trump to address this, I would say, and see what he has to say about it. And it's probably going to be uploaded probably on here, probably on X, on his Truth Social first, and then on here. You're back. What happened? Yeah, right. Yeah, some shit happened while I was streaming, I guess. There were people trolling about it before, and then it happened. How many Russians were killed at Fordo? Yeah, I know. They were saying they were evacuating, I think, or they were being kept safe. I mean, it is a bigger geopolitical impact if the casualties, the report on them, who ends up dying. Can you bring back the trolling you used to do in the summer of 2024 with Joe Biden in your political videos? We'll never forget when you said Hunter was screaming and crying at Jill. Dude, the thing is with those videos, I wasn't taking it seriously, and then so maybe I should just go back to that, honestly. I was thinking of doing that with Powell. I was gonna make up shit about Powell, just like say that the Fed has admitted that the Fed has admitted that Powell hates Trump, and he's been having nightmares about Trump. I didn't do the video though. I don't know, man. Those videos are fun, but it's like you can't really do that. People are gonna say you're not trustworthy, so you can't do that. But this is a big situation here, we know, and this is the way I see it from just a neutral perspective. There's going to be strikes. Trump knows it. There's going to be Iranian strikes. The bigger problem is the oil impact and how long does this go? Trump is now demanding peace, And so he's expecting some type of ceasefire maybe after these strikes from Iran. I mean, this is just, you know, I can't really say exactly what's going to happen after Iran strikes back against the U.S. at the bases, because I don't. I mean, how much support do they get from Russia and China? Strikes on Iran send clear message to Russia, China. I mean, it sends a clear message to everyone, to a degree, I guess. Are you saying that you should not have done this? Well, obviously, I was against this and I wanted there to be a deal. So, but you know what? It doesn't work out sometimes. And with Trump, these were targeted strikes. These were successful, very successful. And this is really a de-escalation tactic, because he knows that there'll be a ceasefire soon. And so he's de-escalating it with this, and getting rid of the I mean, this is an adversary that has a nuclear. You know what? I'm not going to do that, because it's just, look, it is what it is. It's we knew it was going to happen, so it happened. But now we're going to have to see if we can limit the damage after and the fallout. We just don't know how the type of support Iran's going to get, and obviously Israel wants a regime change. That's a longer situation. If Iran did strike, wouldn't Article 5 get invoked and Iran get. Um, I mean, striking military bases in the Middle East, does that qualify? No, no, no. It's nothing about coping. It's nothing about that. People just say that, they try and troll me, but I'm analyzing it and I'm saying, well, it might actually be closer now to a ceasefire, because I mean, they have to know they can't have a nuclear bomb. Now they know, so now they're going to have to accept zero enrichment. And so now Trump is going to say, well, we're going to negotiate with you. And Trump has said he wants peace. I mean, he just said that. So, look, they annihilated Fordo. They annihilated two other their nuclear facilities. It looks like Fordo has been obliterated. The entire mountain's been destroyed, from what I was told. And so, I mean, these are successful. Trump trying to be like the Truman bombs, peace after. Yeah, but that's a different situation, just in terms of the war versus what this is. I mean, this is entering it, not ending it. But I mean, hopefully you're right. Hopefully it is a de-escalation in terms of them having to negotiate. I've heard Iran's air defense is just completely crippled. So, I mean, how long can they really continue this? I mean, they do have a lot of people, but a lot of the people don't like the regime, so I don't know. Strikes on Iran, a classic escalate to de-escalate. Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, it's a good point. Your cope is that it's a matter of national security, thus falls under Article 2 powers as commander-in-chief. Yeah, but that gets really hazy in terms of what qualifies as national security. Was it not national security a month ago when they were developing a nuclear, like, was it not national security, in 2023, 2024? Why is there such a massive emphasis on it right now? And I know it's like, well, also the other thing is, why did Trump only give him 2 months to negotiate when the Obama deal took 20 months to come together? But look, the point of it is it happened, and we'll have to see the fallout of it. I don't know what to tell people, but we're gonna get some updates on it. We'll get some news updates. So is this true? Trump reposted this. Trump confirms Fordo has been destroyed. Does Tulsi have a higher chance of resigning now? Yeah, that's gonna have to be something that gets dealt with. I don't know exactly where the situation is with Tulsi. I know she came out and said, well, no, they actually have the enrichment level of potentially producing a bomb within a month, and so she walked it back to a degree. But her statement was never about enrichment; it was about weaponization. World War III now. Now let's not fearmonger it. Let's see what Russia and China do. Let's see what Iran does. Let's not. We don't have to talk like that. IDK, if you noticed, Emerald DG, but Trump did stuff. You can just do stuff. Well, you hope it's on video. I'm sure it is. Trump to address nation this evening. So we're gonna react to that. I don't know when that'll be. Maybe it'll be at 9 o'clock. What do you think World War III is gonna happen? No, I just said I thought it's not gonna happen. I said this is a contained situation in the Middle East. This is a contained. It's a regional situation. The U.S. assisted, but look, let's just. I'll just report on it because we got Trump speaking. 10 p.m. What time zone? I imagine it'd be Eastern if he speaks at 10. Knew this was going to be the outcome, but you wonder what made him say 2 weeks, then pull it off a day after stating so. It's a surprise, I guess. It's the same thing they did when Israel struck him. It'd be the idea of surprise. Trump was obviously, when he said that, he was always planning to hit at a certain time. Scott Jennings comes out in support. And so this account is probably going to have the initial, if I had to guess, the initial updates on the video. Trump expected to address nation later this evening. Explosions continue to rock multiple areas across Iran. Iran media suspiciously quiet right now. Iran should have just negotiated, too bad. Trump says Iran needs to agree to end the conflict. Trump speaking at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I believe. Trump speaking would be an hour 40 from now. In an hour and 40 minutes is supposedly when Trump will be speaking. Andy, thank you for the $1. Truth Social crashed from traffic. I don't know, did it? I don't have Truth Social. Reports Truth Social has crashed multiple times from traffic trying to view Trump's post about the bombing. Yeah, no, I'll definitely stream when he speaks. I mean, I'll definitely stream it. We're just gonna have to, we'll see how well the attack and makes you feel patriotic AF. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns about this. I think it was successful, and so, but there's there are repercussions for this, and so, we just hope they're minimized. Do we know if they got Khamenei? We don't know. We don't know the current status. Apparently, they killed some Israel earlier tonight, it was reported, killed some commander, but I'm not sure who that is. They just said it was some commander. Cheap Bitcoin available. Really, 102K is cheap. And Bitcoin's come a long way. What is the best possible outcome from this? Iran returns fire, and then there's an immediate ceasefire. Boots would be extremely unpopular. Boots, I'm not even sure. It's not possible in Iran. Iran is too big. Like how would that even work? Polymarket check. What's on Polymarket? What are the after effects of this? Well, there's gonna be return from Iran. They're gonna bomb our Middle Eastern. They're probably gonna attack our Middle Eastern bases. But I mean, after that, I don't know. I think Trump wants some type of ceasefire, but Iran is going to be extremely upset, obviously. I'm not sure what the current state of the other nuclear facilities within Iran is. They attacked 3 of the more important ones, and they've apparently just completely decimated them. They've just obliterated 3 of their top nuclear facilities. Philip, I appreciate that, man. I really enjoyed watching you before the election. Thanks for your information insights. I appreciate that. You're not happy with getting involved, but it is what it is. Your support for Trump is still strong. Yeah, no, I mean Trump's the leader. I mean, so no, we're not gonna get nuked. They don't have a nuke, man. They don't have one. I mean, where are the nuclear tests from Iran to prove that they have a nuke? It's very hard to create, be able to launch a nuke successfully. Let's see if we get some updates on this. Trump's giving an address at 10 o'clock p.m. Again, it's Washington time. It's Eastern Standard Time is when he's giving it. It's an hour 30, basically an hour 40 from now. Very successful military operation in Iran. Historic moment for the United States of America. The United States of Israel or the United States of America? Around the world, Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Trump didn't taco out of this one, that's for sure. So we just gotta wait. We don't want to overreact to what's gonna happen. People are gonna fearmonger. People are gonna fearmonger about escalation and World War III and all this. We need to see how this develops. What time for PST? It'd be 7 o'clock Pacific. Taco Trump strikes again, right? Yeah. No, they didn't. They didn't use a tactical nuke. They did not use a tactical nuke. Wouldn't be surprised if the main proxies, Houthis, maybe come back to a degree to hit us. Yeah, the proxies are going to be awoke. And the proxies are weakened right now. That's why this is happening with Israel. They know it's a moment to strike. You're right. The Houthis said they were going to start attacking ships again. You know, there was that ceasefire that we agreed to with them about a month and a half ago. But they already said earlier today it was going to start. There was a report that the Houthis were going to start it up again if the United States got involved. But their proxies, I believe, are weakened. That's why this is happening, because they sense the moment. Israel does. You thought taco meant Trump always chickens out? Yeah, well, that is where it's rhetorical. We're making fun of it because he struck. Ease my mind, man. What is the likelihood of World War III? Iran said if we got involved, there'd be hellfire. So what is the worst case scenario? I mean, you just said ease your mind and then said, what is the worst case scenario? I mean, listen, it's a regional conflict. I don't expect Russia to get involved heavily. They have their own issues with Ukraine. I mean, yes, now you're talking about two hot wars. So it becomes a bigger issue and potential China involvement. And now, you know, you wonder if China gets overzealous with Taiwan. But the problem is when you've got now two hot wars, there's a lot of instability and there's a lot of unknown in terms of how those develop with other countries potentially being involved. So it is an issue. But I mean, there's a lot of unknown right now. No boots on the ground. If this was our involvement, then I'm happy. Eric, I appreciate it. Yeah, it depends. It depends what the administration does in response to whatever Iran does. Yeah, if any account has video of this, let me know. Bannon's source was 100% right. Bannon has good sources within the administration. The United States has now entered a state of war with Iran. I'm not sure about that. We will see. That's what the New York Times said that, not the administration. Trump to deliver national address on Iran airstrikes. If any country wanted to nuke the U.S., where do you think they would strike? Well, it depends what their objectives are. You know, most of our nukes are out in the Great Plains. If they wanted to try and disable a lot of our nukes, that's where they would go. If they wanted maximum impact, obviously a major population center. Yeah, no, man. It's a big night. What is the likelihood of unconditional surrender? Well, that's why we were talking about the tactical nuke, because you know that's something you would do to try and get unconditional surrender. I don't see how there's going to be unconditional surrender. I don't really think that's ever going to happen with this regime. The regime would have to be overthrown, I think, which is what they want. At least that's what Israel wants. I don't know how you'd get unconditional surrender based off of these strikes. Massive W. Iran needs to stand down. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens if these are very successful, and Fordo's been just trampled. What do you think about the no tax on overtime being capped at 12K? Is there time to negotiate it higher? Well, I mean, isn't the bill still in the Senate? So maybe it'll be negotiated. I don't know. It's very hard with the the tax situation in the United States. When you're cutting taxes, we've got $2 trillion, and I know that was one of Trump's campaign promises. They had to cap it. I don't know they capped it, but I will be known as a peacemaker, Israel slave. Are you talking about Trump saying he'd be known as a peacemaker and then doing that? I know. Remarks. The B2s participated. Trump speaking 10 o'clock. So I'd imagine he's speaking live. There's a picture online of the nuclear site on fire. How does Russia and China play into this? You believe you heard Russian nuclear scientists were working at those Iran facilities? This could, yeah, no, you're right. They were, and they were told they were going to be safe. But Russia has their own issues with Ukraine. We'll see what China does in response, though. I think hopefully they both sit it out for the most part. I mean, they'd give Iran at least some relief, though. Russia already offered to help in defensive capacity with Iran. Iran declined it. Such a beautiful red pill on how these Western TDS countries only seem fully without significant complaints agree with Trump on matters about Israel. Yeah, well, they what are they putting out statements right now? The European countries putting out statements. I only read donor comments now. Well, dude, when I get a lot of donations, I'm not going to be able to get to the other comments. The bunker busters appeared to have worked. Opportunity to buy crypto and stock dips, boys. Yeah, I mean it is an opportunity because there's a ton of unknown, and we just don't know how long this is going to last. We don't know what's going to spiral to, or the countries that are going to be involved. There's hope. There's a hope that it's going to be contained.
من به گازهای
Picture from a faraway vantage point of Fordo. Yeah, this would happen in the morning, like 3 a.m. Do you realize the contamination after this? What in terms of what leaks out of those facilities? Check out New York Times article they just posted. Experts say the decision by Trump to strike Iran marked the start of unpredictable chapter of security and politics in the Middle East. It's a new phase, a potentially problematic one. Yeah, well, people just, what's the reaction to this exactly from Iran? It's hard to predict exactly what the future is in the Middle East after this. Prince of Persia before GTA 6. Could you do a video on the Samson option? I was going to do a video on how they acquired nuclear bombs, and maybe that'll be tied into it. I don't know. If I decide to do that video. Will Iran strike our bases? Now, that's what they said. They said if the U.S. gets involved, and especially a capacity like this, there's going to be a response. And the bases are easy for them to hit than Israel, based off of them being closer. Impeachable offense. Well, no, this is this is within Trump's executive authority on a national security concern to do this. No leaks, nobody speaking about this, a complete blackout in information about Iran at the Pentagon from the last few days.
Capital deep underground, but also Isfahan and Natanz. This effectively destroys Iran's capability to enrich uranium at this level that they would need. There are thousands of centrifuges in these sites, and the fact that the Americans have the bombs and have decided to use them to strike deep underground puts Iran in a position where at some point it will have to make a decision about the future of this regime, because the Israelis went after many of the air defense systems around these nuclear sites. They went after the sites that they could target with the fighter jets that they have. We talked with those Israeli pilots earlier in the week, and now tonight President Trump ordering this strike, importantly against the Fordow nuclear facility deep underground, very close to the Iranian capital of Tehran, indicating that this strike will not only damage but likely destroy, if successful, Iran's nuclear program and their ability to go and get closer and closer to a nuclear weapon. We expect to get more reaction from Israeli officials tonight, Brett, about this key strike that will change the course of the Middle East forever, and also what they believe the Iranian response will be, if any, to these strikes. The Iranians still have the capability to strike Israel with their ballistic missiles.
And so he's saying their nuclear program has been basically wiped off in terms of the ability to enrich uranium based off of where they hit. Now, we don't know if they have, hidden facilities, but that's what he's saying. God, my chat is so laggy. First step was to weaken Hezbollah, then dispose of Assad in Syria. Now this, doubt they target U.S. bases, but they will wreak havoc on Israel now. Yeah, I mean, that's what they said. We'll see what they do in terms of their action. Oil price spike, U.S. pinned in the Middle East, and EU remilitarized. Golden chance for Russia to go all in for Ukraine, Finland, and Baltic states. I mean, do they have the capability at this point to do that? I think it would be a very hard invasion for them. They're just gonna forget how to build a nuke. Their equipment was destroyed. That sets them back. Yep, now we wait for the Iran response, and we wait for Trump's statement, whatever it ends up being. That's going to be happening in an hour and a half. I don't know if it's going to be, I'm sure it'll be picked up everywhere. He'll probably tweet it out. There's a chance only the service got destroyed. I don't think so. I would be surprised with the B-2 bombers used. There's a reason they used them. It's because they know how deep it is. But I mean, there's a chance of parts of it still being salvageable, I guess. Yeah, Pakistan nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you see that? That's how you get to Trump. You sweet talk him. Trump's Saudi Arabia speech really awkward now. Seems like a decade ago, that speech at this point, man. Anti-Trump, pro-Iran shills are annoying. They're not pro-Iran. It's just anti-U.S. involvement in Middle Eastern affairs. Mean Gene, I appreciate the $50 donation. Thank you for streaming this. You're sad because this means wider war and more deaths. Yeah, and serious uncertainty, and also potential domestic reaction in terms of the economy. You know, we had such a great energy setup in the United States in terms of the pricing of it. It really helped with inflation because there's obviously an effect, even though the Fed doesn't track energy prices, but. Yeah, we'll be fine. I mean, we'll see what happens with Iran and what they decide to do. Trump was definitely on that island. Well, I mean, we're gonna rehash this again. Hopefully, we focus on using our own oil and gas and do not buy from other countries. That's not the point. I mean, based on how much we frack, we give more gas. Export more oil, anyways. It's a global. It's a global economy. So if this is where 20% of the oil comes from, there's going to be an effect. X are saying World War III. Well, of course they're going to fearmonger World War III. Why wouldn't they? You know, when you get something like this is the fog of war. No leaks. Yeah, no leaks from Hegseth. You know, that signal was not. That's a normal thing they use, and that wasn't Hegseth that did that. Footage circulating on Fordo is outdated. Be aware. U.S. and Israel work together. Israel works to weaken the air support of Iran, and then the U.S. went in for the mega strike. Maybe Iran was really getting close to a nuke. I mean, we'd like to see some, outside of the 60% enrichment, we would like to see some type of evidence. Any news about the Iranian viewer? I haven't heard from him in a few weeks, so I'm not sure. But he didn't respond for a while. He wasn't in the chat for like 3 or 4 months, and then reappeared about 2 weeks ago. Enough was enough. Iran stalled for too long. Well, it depends what your perspective is. Again, the Obama negotiation took 20 months. We were in it would have been month 3 of this negotiation for this new nuclear deal. But I don't think the new nuclear deal was ever going to happen, man. They wanted them to give up their entire program. You feel like Iran will do nothing of note like usual? Now they're going to have to respond in some way. I mean, that's what people said initially after Israel struck them, and then they hit back with hypersonic missiles on Tel Aviv. They're going to have to do something. There's going to be something they do, but I don't know exactly what it is. Right. It depends. It depends what the scale of. I mean, obviously they're going to do something if the scale isn't very big. I mean, what if open borders under Biden allowed Iranians in? Well, I mean that was what they were talking about already. I mean, they were saying there was going to be a domestic attack. People were saying it was going to be a false flag. I mean, it's just. Do you believe the bull run will happen still? Well, it depends how this situation develops. You know, does it spread? Does it become a wider, longer regional war with U.S. entanglement? I mean, it's going to be a bit of a problem. But I mean, you know, the market's been able to withstand certain things. I mean, if Russia's still fighting with Ukraine, the market fully recovered from that. Sounds like a successful operation. I would imagine it would be a successful operation for sure. There was some concern that the penetration in Fordo was going to be a problem, but we'll see what the actual report is, the status update on it. You know, with Trump, and maybe he'll go into detail on it in terms of how they were able to penetrate and what the result was with Fordo. Thomas Massey said the strikes were unconstitutional. I know, I saw that. I read it earlier. Yeah, they were trying to get a War Powers Act thing to pass it through Congress before Trump did any action. Trump personally told Netanyahu the attack plans yesterday night over the phone. Rubio looks like he means business. Is Rubio speaking? Yeah, the New York Times, U.S. has now entered war with Iran. Neocons orgasming uncontrollably right now. Even if this somehow is a good outcome, it means Trump failed the art of the deal. Yeah, well, there are people trying to cope about the, and say, well, I mean, it was a negotiation and they didn't want to allow any enrichment. But I mean, it's a bigger, Israel. There's a serious Israel factor here. And you wonder with Trump and him changing his mind so quickly and trying to diagnose this and just because it was really quick into immediate fear mongering and not trusting your own intelligence reports, saying they're wrong to this. And so we'll see. I mean, that Fox report said they destroyed three of their biggest, which I'm sure that's what they're going to target with B2s. Their three biggest nuclear facilities. I mean, but what do they know? You would imagine that Iran would potentially have more, but I mean, the report says, well, they're pretty much incapable now based on what was destroyed. or what we think was destroyed, of being able to produce a nuclear bomb. The question now is obviously Israel wants more. They want the regime change. And so what does the United States do to assist that? Thoughts on the Obama nuclear deal? I mean, Trump could have gotten a better deal than what Obama got. I'm not disputing that. But, the deal keeps us from this a potential never-ending war in the Middle East. It keeps us from $120 oil prices, or, but we don't know if that's going to happen or not. Why are some saying Trump's strike is not constitutional? He doesn't even have the right to strike. No, he does. It's them having a nuclear bomb is a national security threat. It's covered in the executive. It's under executive powers. A lot of the times the presidents, when you do these strikes, and there's a gray area. There's a gray area within the Constitution on some of these executive powers. Do you think regime change is likely? I say it's likely because I think Israel gets their way. I think Israel gets their way. But what does regime change entail? And how long would that take? That's the question. What does it entail in terms of fighting? You have to destabilize to a degree. I mean, they already were. Israel was already talking about maybe taking out the supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, and Trump apparently nixed that. That was last week. Whether or not that's true, I mean, who knows? But Trump says strikes prompt new diplomacy. Trump hopes strikes prompt new diplomacy, isn't currently planning additional U.S. strikes. Trump is not planning strikes, additional strikes. I mean, with this stuff, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Who knows what Trump's going to do, but yeah, a bold decision for sure. Some members of Congress were notified. They probably threw a party, some of them. But this is the recent update. Trump saying not planning additional strikes, wants there to be. I mean, obviously, you've destroyed their biggest nuclear plants, so you're going to want peace now. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, Trump tweets out the U.S. flag, as a support after the strikes. Yeah, we need to be careful about some domestic, something happening domestically. I would be concerned about, and it would get blamed on the last administration for their immigration policies too. I'd be concerned. You're more worried about crude oil prices. Maybe look at the future markets. 74. But I don't know what the markets are. Yeah, well, some of these people that have denounced Trump over this, they're really gonna denounce him now. After that, like Dave Smith, Gold up. Gold will be up. If something really breaks out, there's instability. Gold will be up. I think Bitcoin will be up too. There's enough support, and people will flock for something finite. It's a good time to invest in oil because it's gonna explode in price. Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks ago would have been a great time. It was like $61. What you notice is liberals love to split hair over legalities instead of supporting common sense principles that keep us safe. Well, I mean, this is more of a, it's not even just liberals versus Trump, but there's also people in the base that don't like this and that, they're going to try and go at some type of action in terms and deem it, unconstitutional. Russia, China, Iran are seen as the main opposing bloc against the West, yet they don't even share any defense treaties. Yeah, well, they've just been allies for so long. But I mean, China really hasn't done much. They barely lifted a finger after Israel struck Iran. We'll see what they do now. These might be from these videos might be from a while ago. They're saying this other stuff is circulating. U.S. military briefing troops strike on Iran will likely result in counterstrikes on U.S. bases in Middle East. May activate other terror cells abroad, including in U.S., to hit U.S. targets. Yeah, I mean, this is protocol on, after you strike them, you got to say that. Your theory is that there's no dirt on Trump himself, but there could be dirt on Don Jr. or something. He went through 3 election cycles without anything. No, I agree. But even if there was dirt on John Jr., you'd think they'd bring it up. The Democrats would. You're playing a 4-minute clip, brother. Come on. Yeah, they got the headline. Trump 2028, peace through strength. Stand down, Iran. Thank you for the donation. "2024 MAGA coalition is officially dead." No, you're overreacting. You're overreacting. Well, none. Iran is a more capable country. Trump speaking in an hour, addressing the strikes, and we'll see if he goes into detail about Fordo and how badly it was damaged. I mean, I think they said it was completely destroyed. I mean, it's all unconfirmed, so we don't know exactly, but it's a successful operation. Is Russia gonna intervene and nuke us, or am I being? No, you're overreacting. That's not gonna happen. No, 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 no. You don't feel patriotic right now? Is that what Trump was trying to do, posting the flag? Well, we had a military operation that was very successful, so he's gonna be show our might and show our power. That's why he posted that. Nearly 2/3 of Republicans are against this. I said it, said it wasn't a good idea. I don't know the numbers in terms of the actual strikes. I don't know. I don't think 2/3 of Republicans are against this. It's a complicated because obviously everyone doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb, but the escalation and just the way in which they said it was. And here I was worried about the Panthers victory parade, the big beautiful bill, tariff deals annexing Alberta, and Florida's hurricane season. All else shrinks, nothing compared to war. Yeah, no, it's perspective for sure. And so maybe we'll get other news. I don't know. We'll have to see. We know Trump is going to be speaking. And yeah. Happens right as I stream too. And right as I stream. Israel placed under state of emergency developing. Netanyahu about to do a victory lap. Addressing nation soon. Netanyahu addressing the nation. Trump's going to be addressing. Ryan J. Israel has not helped America in any wars we have been in since its founding. Thank you for the donation. All right, all right, I'll make a poll. What should the poll be? Do you approve of this attack? Should that be the poll? Do you approve of the attack? All right, we'll see what people vote. You see a lot of Dems crying, I'm done with Trump. Well, there are Dems crying? Of course Dems are done with Trump. Dems hate Trump. To help pay for gas when it's $5 a gallon this week. Yeah, thank you. Dude, this is going to be bad if this actually does affect the crude oil significantly. I mean, we have really set back the economy, I believe, if it just skyrockets. I mean, you could handle $80, $85, but depends how much it goes up. Yeah, people. I mean, this is not good news. If this has, I mean, who cares about it? A poll from this, but 54% approve of this. These are Republican people. I mean, maybe you'll get a liberal once in a while. There's not a lot of liberals in this chat, I'll tell you. It's like stuck at 54%. Yes. Yeah, it's like 50-50. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Republicans are voting no because they think it's going to spiral into a bigger war in the Middle East, and we've been through that song and dance. Yeah, U.S. apparently informed Netanyahu last night, we're learning. There was obvious cooperation. Israel weakened the Iranian defenses, and then the U.S. went in. You waited in line to vote for Trump for hours just for him to prioritize other nations above us. Feels real bad. Yeah, it's and what Trump has been saying too has been really concerning. Honestly, just a lot of the stuff is just a lot of it. What he says does not make sense right now compared to what he was saying before. You're not trying to sound like a resistance liberal, but if Biden or Kamala did this, everyone would be on their feet, like we saw with Ukraine and Russia. Well, obviously, there's going to be a disconnect between, there's going to be a hypocrisy with Republicans and Democrats in terms of what they praise, depending on who's in office. No oil was hit by the strikes. Trump had no choice. Iran cannot have a nuke. Iran will not negotiate. There will be no boots on the ground. End of story. Yeah, but oil will be affected by this. I mean, maybe not to a big degree. It depends what Iran decides to do. Because Iran would be, if they did something, it would hurt China, because China gets a lot of their oil from Iran. The whale enters. Yeah, the recent news, Trump no current plans for additional American military actions inside Iran. Trump has no current, I mean, this is, these news updates, we'll see. But Trump wanted to get in and out, and so they were able to destroy their nuclear program. At least that's what's being reported. North Korea was weeks away from a nuke until they had one. I mean, they can barely launch a successful test. Tyler, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, 55% support, 45% I mean, that's not good. If these are conservative people, it's just a small swath of them. So obviously, you bring liberals into the mix, it's going to go it's going to go in the wrong direction in terms of that approve of that strike. The Chud Jack has been defeated at last. I mean, but you could say he was defeated when Israel struck. You could say he was probably defeated then. I'm making money off the war. Am I part of the military industrial complex? People are asking. Yeah, when there's big news, it's gonna be better for my views for sure. This means half of MAGA almost don't approve the base veto, and this is before potential strikes by Iran that potentially could target U.S. soldiers. The fear mongering is insane. You can say Iran is evil, but they aren't dumb, and they will attack on U.S. soil. Any attack on U.S. soil is suicide for everyone that makes those decisions. No, I agree. When they mention domestically, it's more about singular attacks by people that have entered the country. They don't have the capacity to do any attack on U.S. soil at all. No, it wouldn't be on U.S. soil. LA protests still a thing? I don't think so. Not anymore. Sean Hannity spoke. Let's listen.
And welcome to Hannity. We begin tonight with this Fox News alert. I just spoke to the President of the United States. I have some new information and breaking details to share about tonight's what is historic air campaign. Now, tonight, Iran's nuclear ambitions, they are officially dead. It appears the United States just completely obliterated Iran's top secret Fordow nuclear facility with 6 huge bunker buster bombs. It was originally speculated that you would only need 2. It turns out they used 5 to 6, dropped from America's stealth B-2 bombers. And that's not all. 2 other major Iranian nuclear sites, Natanz and Escalation, were wiped out with 30 Tomahawk missiles launched by American submarines some 400 miles away. Everyone is out of harm's way for now. That does not mean that American assets in the region are not at risk.
And so that's the report. They've obliterated their chances of any uranium enrichment towards a nuclear bomb. Their top 3 sites have been obliterated. Eric, thank you. Based on this poll, Operation Split MAGA is a resounding success. Prepare for low turnout blue wave in 2026. Pray for JD Miracle in 20. Well, I mean, let's not overreact. So they've completely obliterated these 3 nuclear facilities, the main 3. And Trump is saying that they've destroyed any capacity Iran would have to create a nuclear bomb. People saying it's an overkill for 6 of them. Yeah, I heard they were going to be around 2 or 3. Yeah, Trump is speaking at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So Trump would be speaking about 50 minutes. Now we don't have to fearmonger about this. It's there's not gonna be a draft. There's not gonna be a draft. The world and America would be a lot better off if we just kept our noses out of everyone's business and focused on our side of the globe. Monroe Doctrine. Michael, I appreciate that. Thank you. Trump and Netanyahu spoke after U.S. conducted strikes. So we're waiting on Netanyahu and Trump. And I don't know who's going to speak first, but Netanyahu. Iran had evacuated nuclear sites reportedly struck by U.S. some time ago. So, I mean, maybe that limits the casualties. Top Dems on Intelligence Committee not briefed before strikes. Would Iran really keep their uranium at the main primary targets that they have been known for months? But maybe they were caught off guard again. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, it's hard for Trump to, they're reporting that they've completely obliterated their entire nuclear program. But then they say, well, they have other sites that we don't know about underground. So, I mean, but obviously it's really significant. Yes, war is unpredictable. All YouTubers drafted. Yeah, but you should have maybe over 1 million subscribers. Let's keep it over 1 million. Let's keep it over 500K subscribers. Maybe do a cutoff. This is what peace through strength looks like. Typhoon, I appreciate that. You've been a loyal viewer. Not the same situation as 2003. If things go well, this could restore a lot of public trust, ironically. Yeah, I mean, it depends. You know, I know it's not 2003. It can't be. Trump knows that. And the worry is if they do go for a regime change, what would that entail? Zionist chill. Yeah, I mean, you got me. You got me. Ours have now ours have the stink of being the party of war. Yeah, in a way. I mean, we'll see, but we'll see how this develops. Thoughts on the clean break memo? It's a policy doctrine by Israel to rid themselves of foreign adversaries. Do you think they will attack us? Attack us in what fact? They're saying they're going to attack our military bases. That's what it would be. The problem is there could be Iranian nationalists in the United States, and maybe there's a domestic terror attack. Hopefully not, obviously. So hopefully nothing like that happens. Their proxies are going to be awoke to this now. Do an Israeli support poll when we talk about when this one's done. I mean, this one's pretty much done. It's basically been stuck at 56% for like 10 minutes anyways. Yeah, it depends what Iran does. I agree. We have to wait and see what the reaction is from Iran. I mean, there's been several times where people thought Iran was going to react swiftly and hit hard, and they haven't done. The response was very subdued, so we have to just wait and see. Sleeper cells, absolutely, absolutely. But not even just that; their proxies are going to be up, even though they're weakened. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest. If the people in the chat, you have to understand, obviously, this is a very divided chat, so it's not going to be pretty. I mean, it's basically 50-50, which the B2 to Guam, fantastic bluff. Yeah, they've been trying, they've done that a few different times now. White House believes this has a chance to completely end if Iran does not respond. Yeah, they're hinting at dropping a tactical nuke. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what they're hinting at by saying that. I think they want Iran to negotiate. No, it's not World War III, man. Like you, but understand your audience is not the average Trump voter. This is a major Republican audience. I mean, there might be a few liberal trolls. I mean, I understand that, but my audience is probably skews younger, so you could argue that the older people approve of this more. Joe, I appreciate it. Just sad how we commit billions to killing people halfway across the globe, but can't spend a fraction of that to remove people from destroying our cities while waving foreign flags. America, come last. Well, a lot of the stuff Trump has been saying too has been really concerning on how he defines what America First is, and because he apparently he says he created it. Michael, I appreciate that. Thank you for taking my previous message. Appreciate your perspective on world events, sports, etc. Keep it up. I appreciate that. Are you feeling hawkish? Well, you know, it's a hawkish night, that's for sure. It's a very war hawkish night. This is a country with a two-party system. We have to support Trump to some degree, or else the Democrats, along with, yeah, I mean, it's hard but even if it was like 3 or 4 parties, that might even be worse if you think about it, depending on how the power gets split. But I know what you're saying. I mean, what are you going to support Democrats? With this, a lot of overreactions, right? This is the immediate thing. Remember when we just had a land invasion in Europe, and people just it's screaming World War III, and so we have to see what happens. If Trump wants to save face, he literally has to be balls to the wall on domestic policy from here on out. No more caving or flip flopping. Yeah, I mean, apparently he reversed his decision on the deportation of the farm workers and stuff. So I mean, that was under serious pressure from the base, but that's a positive. But I mean, the concern is that the domestic policy doesn't really matter when there's a new war that starts in the Middle East, especially if it's prolonged. But Trump doesn't want it to be prolonged. His statement was, "We're not going to strike any more areas. Iran shouldn't retaliate. They should come and do a deal." And obviously, Iran's going to retaliate. The question is, what does Trump decide to do after that? And also, the other question is that what is the amount of retaliation that they do? Now your mom is scared of possible Iran terrorists. Yeah, like domestically. I mean, it's just something to watch for. I mean, obviously with the strike that just happened, and we're really untouchable. Their military is not going to hit us in the U.S. Trump says they should stop, otherwise they'll get hit again. So Trump making a threat to Iran now, according to this update. They should stop, otherwise they'll get hit again. Border was open, cells, and domestic terror attacks. No, I know. I mean, we're watching, and hopefully nothing like that happens. That's what people have been saying all week. Will I do a video on Newsom still? I don't know. I mean, this news is moving pretty quickly. No flight trackers are showing U.S. military aircraft over Iran now or in the past 30 minutes. Completely undetectable attack by the U.S. I mean, that's badass. There will not be American boots on the ground in Iran. Precision limited strike. And they're calling it very successful. What is your opinion on the attacks? I think they were inevitable, probably for the past... Really, they were inevitable after Israel struck Iran. You could even say, based on the administration's position on zero enrichment, they were inevitable before then. I mean, I just thought there would be... You get negotiations, and there's give and take, and you don't know how they're going to work out. You would figure there'd be some type of compromise on the enrichment. But when Israel struck, it's hard to salvage negotiations from there. And then there really no negotiations to salvage. There's not a negotiation. They're telling Iran 0% enrichment. Iran's not agreeing. Don't be naive. What Trump is doing is America first. I understand the sarcasm. They're telling Iran not to respond, and it has a chance to completely end. No, you're not blocked. A-Pope, you're not blocked, man. One of the problems with politicians, as you have stated before, DG, is that the younger generations will pay in blood for the older generations, starting conflicts. A change in mindset is needed for the world. Yeah, and they're still all in power. That's the problem. They're the ones making all the decisions. So there's no real equilibrium on younger people having any type of political say. And when you got the Congress with the how old they are, it's only gets worse. What's your opinion? My opinion on these strikes. I think it would have been a good idea to negotiate some type of a deal with Iran, but obviously they more intel than me. Yeah, this is a big night. Oh, so those were decoys.
From the White House after those unprecedented strikes against Iran's nuclear enrichment sites, 3 in all in Isfahan, Fordo, and Natanz. And you mentioned the 6 bunker-busting bombs, Sean, that the president told you about. That means 3 B-2 bombers were involved in the strikes tonight because each B-2 bomber can only carry 2 of those 15-ton bunker-busting bombs. So that means 3 B-2 bombers.
Come on, they've got a nuclear symbol.
From Jennifer's reporting, it's likely deception was involved. Everyone woke up this morning to chatter about these 6 B-2 bombers flying west over the Pacific, refueling over Hawaii at about 11 p.m. But it's clear now that those were decoys and that another flight of B-2s flew east, likely 3 of them. When you said 6 bunker-busting bombs were dropped, that flight that went east went to the target and annihilated Fordo, as we're hearing, likely destroying Iran's nuclear enrichment program. As you mentioned, for 11 years, President Trump has made clear that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. That was his red line, and tonight he enforced it. You mentioned the 30 Tomahawks fire.
Right, so those were all decoys, which is understandable if we can track it. Yes, they are nuclear sites. Yeah, but the way that they show that, it's like that's not a proper way to visualize that. It makes it seem like they dropped tactical nukes on them. Iran says, Mr. Trump, you started it. We will end it. Yeah, come on. Really? And we'll see what they do. Do you think there is more that will be dealt with? I don't know. Trump says there's going to be no more strikes for the time being, and it depends how Iran responds, and then there'll be a response from the United States in some capacity if they respond aggressively. The 2 weeks was a lie, obviously. Yeah. Yep. I mean, the way the U.S. military moves, it's a machine. It's just insane. Do you believe that there was a chance nuclear sites were cleared ahead of time and material and people were evacuated? Did you see the report that I thought there was a report on one of them, but I don't know if it's true or not, on one of them potentially being evacuated. But what material are you going to take out of there? I mean, it's the centrifuges. It's funny because earlier, before you talked about how weird it was that, yeah, people were also saying how weird that was that you could track that. Like, there's no way. Trump should go all in with give up or get more strikes now since he's already balls deep into this anyways. But yeah, he doesn't want there to be a retaliation that affects, obviously endangers U.S. troops. So he's trying to guard against that with more threats. They will import from Pakistan next door. That's unlikely. At least right now. Why join Israel yet not Ukraine? We joined in to a degree with Ukraine, but Israel has a serious history with the United States. But no, I hear you. I mean, we only gave money to Ukraine versus doing this to Iran. Yeah, Trump will be speaking in 30 minutes. He'll be addressing. I'm guessing it's going to be a short address. I don't know if it's going to be a pre-taped or if they're going to put it out or if it's going to be on. All the news will pick it up, I'm sure. I wonder if Trump will probably... I'm guessing Trump will probably have it on his account here. We'll see. Maybe not, but it'll be on his official the official White House page, I'm guessing. Is there a stream that's been started for that that's waiting? Atomic Energy Organization of Iran is expected to release a statement soon. Iranian official nuclear sites not damaged beyond repair. Who knows if that's true? I mean, if they drop six of them, I don't see how that site remains upright. Lighter note, Matt Gaetz comparing this to Top Gun Maverick. That's what Fox News was doing earlier. I saw a clip circulating on X. 10 p.m. announcing Greenland annexation. Mexico partition. Imagine he announces it. He says, yeah, just announce it right now. Just get it over with. Announce it. Just announce it. There's no war. People stop fear mongering. But this is the internet, and when you're dealing with fog of war right after a strike, people are gonna say that. I mean, you just have to be ready for it. Yeah, right. That's what we've been saying about the taco stuff not being accurate now. Israel's initial assessment: massive and devastating damage dealt to Fordo site. Why would this affect next election? Well, it depends what happens from here. I mean, if there's a ceasefire relatively soon, it's not going to affect it. Iran announced, quote, "It's time to punish the United States." Well, they make a bunch of statements like that. You streaming Trump's speech? I might have to find it on YouTube. I think maybe the official White House account is where it would be if they don't do it here on X. Could this be spun as a win? Well, it depends how quickly there's a ceasefire. Depend. I mean, if we don't really have any domestic effect in terms of oil and energy. I mean, it's, you destroy their nuclear program, and then you get in, you get out, and there's not a big investment. Depends what Iran's response is, because this could really curtail if there's a serious attack on a U.S. military base. We'll see what their response ends up being and how aggressive they are. Trump is trying to prevent that, obviously. Ceasefire soon is laughable. Yeah, I mean, it is unlikely. What's more likely is prolonged situation and their regime gets toppled. But, I mean, what does that entail? Do we just say YOLO at this point and take out their leader? Well, you hear Israel apparently had a shot at him, and Trump said, "Don't do it." I mean, they could with Palantir and Mossad, they could probably take him out. I mean, he's in hiding, isn't he? Khamenei? You think regime gets toppled soon? Yeah, that's what I would predict in terms of how this ends. But the question is, what is the timeline? How long does it take? And what is the investment from the U.S.? Iran, Russia, paper tigers. Well, you could say a lot of countries are paper tigers. In terms of you could say the U.S. in terms of Middle Eastern involvement. But obviously, we have just nobody can match our supremacy in terms of weaponry. Got to worry about sleeper cells? Oh, 100%. 100%. You worry about the Iran response. You worry about sleeper cells. You worry about their proxies. You worry about China. I mean, I don't know what China's involvement would be. They're obviously going to denounce it, but what the U.S. just did. Is BTC the move now? You're going to get more people buying BTC. There's going to be, whenever one of these military situations happens, there's a fiat fear. Do you think this will affect American lives directly besides the market? Well, yeah, you have this sleeper cells potential at something like that in the U.S. The base is being hit, but they're not on American soil. Do you think they will hit mainland United States? They're not going to touch mainland United States. Try to find the Trump stream. Yeah, I mean, my guess is it probably is going to have to be on YouTube. Washington must bear the consequences from Yemen. Iran state TV promising retaliation. America post. I think this is Elon Musk's account. Administration can say what they want, but this feels like a precursor to Iraq 2002 and 2003. This might destabilize the region if they go for regime change. Well, it creates a power vacuum. They like the regime change in Syria, so they're trying it again. But it's also because of the fact that all their proxies are weak at this point. Trump says that they had a great success. Let me see if they're streaming it or not. There's nothing scheduled right now. It's happening on your birthday too. Traveling, thank you for that. How about reinstalling Descendants of the Shah? It's either going to make him or destroy his legacy. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of unknown right now in terms of if they go through with regime change, who they put in to replace, and you know, Israel matches Iran if U.S. joins. It's no contest. Obviously, no. It's obviously a major U.S.-Israel victory if. Yeah, dude, happy birthday. Happy birthday, man. I ended that poll, but 66, 56-43. Can you speak about how Israel controls America's government through blackmail, bribery, etc.? Are you scared to get demonetized? Well, I mean, I mean, I've done videos on stuff like that. That it's a tough topic to talk about. At his address, Trump is going to stroke his own ego like an idiot and say, "You're not America first if you don't support it." Amazing how he destroyed all of his political goodwill in 6 months. Shake. Yeah, I mean, he's clearly delusional. I mean, listen, even if and we support Trump and all that, but a lot of what he said about the America first, that was delusion. That was obvious delusion. He got angry because part of his base started criticizing him, and that really sets him off. But with this, I mean, this is going to be a victory parade speech here, obviously, and you just wonder, he's going to demand that Iran does not respond, and there's can be peace negotiations, and that's what he's going to say. And he's going to obviously say it was a great job. He's going to congratulate the commanders in charge. For a $5 comment, you should talk about D's comment more. What was it? Israel incompatible with the West. There's just constant just rescue and I mean it just affects other things on top of this. Just affects other things, and just how this was even done, the fear mongering, just the fake stuff about them having a nuclear bomb. We're waiting for Trump to speak. We're waiting for Trump to speak. No major damage reported. I don't know about that. I think Trump's going to come out with a statement that says the exact opposite. Trump expected to say he's not currently planning additional strikes. He's going to say he needs to negotiate, or there needs to be some peace deals. That's what he's going to say. Destroying crypto. I mean, I think BTC is going to hold up. May activate terrorist cells within the U.S. and abroad. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, I know. The Fordo stuff I believe, is old. So we'll have to get verified stuff before we really look at it. If the Emmy wanted to keep a peace, Israel and Iran should have given both nuclear programs. Wait, never mind. That would never happen with Israel. Yeah, there's no way Israel would give that up. Keep up the good work, Go Browns. Brandon, thank you. I appreciate that. If they have no clue what's going on because the rate. Yeah, I mean, somebody did comment the contamination, what's being released from those facilities. Fordo nuclear facility has been taken off the table according to initial damage assessment. Yeah, sure, Fetterman likes it. Yeah, that's interesting that they put that report out on Vance right before this happens. I already did a poll on Israel support. It was similar to this last one. It was like 55-45. BB speaking. I'm sure there'll be clips of it.
Look what Trump just did. Look what he did. Guess what? There wasn't a regional war, and there's not going to be a regional war. There's not World War III. There was not going to be World War III. The Israelis didn't drag us into it. I want the anti-Semites, sit down and shut up. The Israelis didn't drag us into this. The Israelis are defending themselves. We're defending ourselves. That's what took place. Now, what's the reaction of the Democrats? Impeach Trump. These are sick people. Sick. You know why? because their guy Clinton couldn't do it, Obama couldn't do it, Biden couldn't do anything. If they had their way, look what Trump.
I mean, the guy, there's not a lot of, obviously there's more of an Israel support than a U.S. support with him. How will this affect Trump's mass deportations? I mean, it depends how long this goes on. It's the mass deportations are going to be unaffected from a foreign conflict like this unless there's a money issue. But Mark Levin, yeah. They're talking about retaliation. Depends on what Iran does. Is Trump's approval rating going to be in the 30s? No. It depends what happens with Iran. And I mean, there's going to be some liberal approvals that are probably pretty low, but Israel did drag us into it. The guy obviously supports Israel over the United States. Why is Fox News going to him? I mean, it's like... Trump's about to speak, so we will hear this. You're sick of the Israel influence in our governments. Love and support from Australia. I appreciate the donation, man. So this should be happening in about 8 minutes if they begin it on time. Man, I started this stream talking about a movie, and I didn't think it was going to happen tonight, honestly. I really didn't. But that's Trump's goal. How was the movie? It wasn't that good, honestly. Boomers love war. Trump's approval will probably go up. I don't think so, man. No, it's not going to go up. Because, I mean, liberals are already going to disapprove of him, and the boomers that approve of him already approve of him. The boomers that disapprove of him already disapprove. It's not going to change that. I mean, anytime you have a destabilized situation, it's not going to be positive for an administration. Especially, with Israel's popularity in the U.S. waning. Russia is probably thrilled. Yeah, and you know what? Somebody was talking about that. Now Russia is maybe a bit more aggressive within Ukraine. I think Bitcoin will go up with there's concerns about fiat if there's like a war breakout. Favorite superhero? Probably Batman. Trump's approval, I think, will go down by a few points. But, I mean, you can't really speculate on it because we don't know what the Iranian response. I mean, this could turn out being a massive boom for Trump in terms of there being a limited response and Trump being able to take this out. And it could be seen as extremely efficient. It depends. Or he's got a super gerrymander now for any hope in 2026. Yeah, I saw they were gerrymandering the House in like Texas and another state I saw. Apparently, subs lost a shit ton of tomahawks. Jank is on TYT losing it. Yeah, he's been very against this. You know, there's a shift where people are done with the Israel stuff, and there's a big commitment from Trump to it. No boots on the ground. Doesn't even make sense. Iran's too big of a country for it. His approval rating is probably going to be 40 to 44%. Like the composite average, I think right now it's like 46%. It's like -4, -5 right now. The hot blonde gonna speak or no? No, that's not what this is. This is just Trump. Unless you think Trump's the hot blonde. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, the real question is what follows, and you know, the problem is it seems like Israel's getting what they want, so they want a regime change. So what does that entail? What is the U.S. investment of that? So those are the important questions. Another important question is the response by Iran. And we're about 4 minutes away here from Trump delivering this just historic message, and what he is saying is just a completely successful decimation of the Iranian nuclear program. And I think he's probably going to announce that tonight. We'll see, though. Iran is saying it's not that bad. Trump said it was just, they say Fordo is just devastated, and the others have gotten hit hard. And, I mean, they said 6 total. Would it be 6 total MOBs? What do you want Trump to say during his speech? Well, Trump needs to, you know, say it was a very job well done and praise the commanders, and so, you know, it's a professional thing. EA and DICE predicting the war with Iran back in 2011 with Battlefield 3, LOL. Yeah, there was also like Black Ops 2 that predicted something. I forgot what it was. There's been a few moments where the campaigns of video games predict shit. It's not a war. Well, you know, we did attack a country here. I mean, it depends what you would define as war, but I mean, we can downplay it. It just... Could you believe Iran would attack the USS Liberty? You mean the ship clearly had multiple visible U.S. flags? It was Iran, right? About that. Sarah, thanks for hosting tonight. Mixed feelings about everything. You want peace, but our country is a huge arms dealer, so how is that possible? Well, total peace is, I mean, there's just too many countries for total peace, but, you know, we've had a more peaceful situation in the world in general outside of the, you know, the Russia-Ukraine war, and you just don't want 2 big hot wars going on at once. Now, whether people classify this as a war or not, it depends on where this goes from here, and a lot of people are going to say a lot of things about Iran and their military capacity and their capability. And so the question is just how capable are they? How much can they withstand? What will it be required to get a regime change? Will it be a significant investment? It likely will. I mean, do you think Iran will strike on organized attacks on U.S. soil? What through cells is what it would be if it's domestically. Then there's no missile that can reach the U.S. from Iran. That they don't possess it. I wonder if tactical nuke is still on the table if peace isn't reached. I mean, I want to see what Trump has to say. Trump is going to come out extremely hard against Iran retaliating because he knows his ass is on the line in terms of those bases. Because obviously he authorized this, and you know whatever happens to the U.S. soldiers is happening because of this military operation led by Trump. So he's going to definitely threaten for sure. I don't know what he'll threaten exactly. He'll probably just leave it as an ominous threat. Just say, you better not do anything. It's 10 o'clock exactly, so, we would expect it any minute. I wonder what do you think, pre-recorded or live? We'll see. Probably pre-recorded reading from something, I'd imagine. Trump is supposed to speak right now. He's already talking. And it shouldn't need to be refreshed. It should automatically go to it. People are saying the speech is on. This is live right now. Speech isn't on Fox or CNN yet. Yeah, I don't know why. How would it be delayed on the White House official channel? That makes no sense why they would delay it. It shouldn't have to be refreshed. It should automatically go to it when he starts talking. Because it's live. It's not going to need to be refreshed. Trump and Vance and looks like Rubio and possibly Hegseth in the back.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying, death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general,
Raisin Kane,
and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So God bless Israel and God bless America. And so Vance looked notably pissed off. Take that for what you will, but the other two looked pretty content. Look at Vance's face. Yeah, Vance looked very serious, very more serious, or very just a stern look on Vance's face. So that is Trump speaking tonight and addressing the situation. That was it for the speech. So Trump gives about a 3-minute speech, 3.5-minute speech addressing the strikes, calls them very successful. Thanks, Ray's and Kane. And Vance reportedly said earlier today he didn't want the U.S. to do this. And so now we'll see what, maybe there's a rift. I don't know. You don't want to read into it. Obviously, Trump saying God bless Israel at the end. You know. But I will say, please like the stream, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I know, it's bad. Don't think Vance approved. Yeah, Vance is got a sour look. He doesn't look like he likes this. Waited 2 hours for a 3-minute speech. Well, I was gonna be live anyways, probably to for a few hours, no matter what, with this. Why did he say God bless Israel first? Trump didn't write it. Trump didn't write the speech. Vance had a heavy dose of eyeliner there. Yeah, that's true. Did you like Rubio's face? Yeah, Rubio he seemed very happy with it. He seemed to be nodding along. Putin response, I don't know, we got to wait for it. In Moscow it's about be about 3 a.m. Netanyahu's reaction is probably coming next. We ain't beating the America's Israel's bitch allegations. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you close a speech like that, it's pretty, it speaks for itself. Yeah, I think there's something up with Trump. I don't know exactly what it is. You don't want to go to the blackmail stuff, but we were saying there was a change, and so, we'll see. You don't want to speculate on it. You and Vance both have had that smug look all night. Yeah, well, I think I've been a pretty neutral look for most of the night. I think I've had a Vance. It looked like he was like, this is what Vance was doing, and I've had a neutral look. So I just report on it, So, but you know. So Netanyahu is going to be addressing the American people. No, he's addressing it, just the world about it. You realize Bibi said, God bless USA, God bless Israel too, right? Well, I mean, they should be saying that for us. We're a little bit more powerful than they are. They better be nice to us. What could Putin even respond with? Well, Putin is going to, denounce it and say it's illegal, and that's what China does, and so. General Raisin Canes. I wanted to let that play without talking, but I had to make a comment on Raisin Cane. I don't eat Raisin Canes, honestly. But maybe I had it once. You no longer trust Trump? These were very successful here tonight. So Trump is looking for some type of ceasefire, it looks like, and so that's what's gonna happen. I mean, look, we don't know what's gonna happen. There's gonna be some form of retaliation. I don't know how hard it's going to be from Iran. Trump is trying to deter it because it's gonna be his situation if something happens to where Iran hits and kills soldiers. Something feels off with Trump. Yeah, they got him on blackmail or something. I mean, and I'm not even trying to cope. I'm just, what Trump has done, he's been very sad. He's been very mellow, and you just don't know what's really going on with him. But he's jammed this down our throats the past 2 weeks about them having a nuclear bomb all of a sudden. It's like this just weird psyop haziness that's come over Trump, and people report and say he's been really stressed, and just he froze Hegseth out, and it's just he froze Gabbard out apparently, and now you got to wonder the standing of Gabbard within the administration. So we'll have to see, what comes next of this. I mean, it just depends. Tulsi fell in line too, not sure what to make of it. Because what are you going to do? You can't go against that, especially when they're about to perform a strike. What is she going to say? No, I'm standing up, and you can't do that. You just cannot do that in politics. Just, you have to fall in line. There's no other remote option. We need to remove Israel's influence from our government. Well, yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people see it, but the problem is all the boomers in that they control things right now, so it's going to take time to do that. You know how old Congress is. You're such a doomer. I've been very, I've been applauding this situation tonight. I've been very neutral, and in some cases, I said it was very successful. This was successful tonight. It was a good operation, and we'll see the reports. I know Iran is saying, "Oh, it didn't hit us." It's 6 MOBs. I mean, it destroyed their entire nuclear facilities. Is what I think happened. I mean, this was planned and executed to perfection. Now we got to see the actual reports. The Israeli reports say, well, they destroyed the entire thing. But that's an initial report. Tulsi made a whole video about how horrible a nuclear war would be. She, of course, fell in line. It was the right move. Well, especially the timing of it. You have to fall in line when they're about to do it anyways. I mean, what are you going to go against that? Tulsi equals Colin Powell addressing the UN before invading Iraq. Powell was a trusted face of the American people at the time. I know, and also the Tulsi stuff is so crazy how it developed in the past few days with the press questioning Trump and then her having to revise what she meant by it and saying, no, it's based off the uranium and you know, the whole thing with them, you know, just the fear mongering the last 2 weeks. That's the thing is you got to be politically aware of these situations. You can see how obvious it is when you're when you're watching it play out in front of you. I mean, it's just so obvious. And it really gives you a new perspective. Trump is really compromised. You're out. Well, I mean, it's, you know, for the United States, it is better that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. It's not that simple, I know, but I mean, it depends what this develops into. And, you know, does anyone have a prediction on crude oil? I guess it depends what happens to the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, I mean, obviously that was going to happen, Jason. What do you expect? How can we continue to support this guy? Just can't do it. When I say America first, you really mean that shit? He's not who we voted for. Well, I mean, you know, you don't have to keep, you know, any citizen can stop supporting Trump. I mean, that's your opinion, and you know, you just stop supporting him. I don't know, but I mean, you have to at least see how this plays out. What if Trump is right? Right in what sense? That they have a nuclear bomb and they were going to use it? I mean, where's the testing for the nuclear? You have to test it. I mean, it's like right in terms of them having a nuclear bomb. I mean, if they can prove it, I guess. But even then, I mean, this, you know, this is just more Middle Eastern entanglement at the behest of Israel. Things aren't black and white. It's not as simple as it's over. I'm denouncing Trump for 4 months in, bro. Yeah, I mean, but this is what happens. People overreact and they say it's World War III, and they say, but I mean, I can understand people being angry about this. I really can. I do understand, but we don't need to overreact. This really better lead to a peace deal if it escalates to all-out war. He needs to go. All-out war in what sense? I mean, can Iran even fight that? They don't have the capacity to fight that, I don't think. But I don't even know what that means. Would it be ground war? Trump knows that there's not going to be ground troops. I mean, I'm just concerned that Israel, they're going to want this regime change and Trump's going to oblige it. And what does Trump have to do that? What's going to be needed? Still nothing from Iran interesting. How long till we see Iran responds? How long did it take after Israel struck them? It took a little while. People were wondering where the Iranian response was going to be, and then it hit. It took longer than people thought. So we'll have to see. This could push them to getting one. No, their centrifuges have been annihilated. I mean, I'm sure that maybe they have some other, you know, bases, but I mean, from what I mean, look, who knows the exact number of reactors and centrifuges that they have compared to how many got destroyed tonight, but it took a massive hit. They claim they moved everything along. There a lot of that stuff you can't move. The plant is built in a way to where it's not, you know. AOC, disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization from is a grave violation of the Constitution, congressional war powers, impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us in generations. Then this is not impeachable. This is not impeachable. It's filed under national security and concerns and executive power. This was a strike. Iran is now more likely to obtain nuclear weapon than it was before the strike. Depends what's left, but it's still 17% chance. You think this will be good for Trump? Assume a boost in approval after showing strength? No, I mean, you can't say it's going to be a boost in approval, man. Especially we don't even know the Iranian response. This makes no sense. Well, obviously they feel extremely threatened now, but it depends what's left of their facilities. How can Israel say Iran can't get one when they have one? Right. I mean, I don't have an answer to that other than, well, they say they chant death to America and stuff. It's hypocritical, obviously. But the other thing is they stole it from the United States. Yeah, stuff like this is not going to be good for Trump's approval rating, especially considering we're in the fog of war right now, where there's haziness and there's going to be market shifts, and BB already released a video response. I'm surprised it hasn't come up on here. Yemen ready to attack. I mean, I'm sure the United States knew this. Yemen is weak at this point. Let this be a warning, Greenland. Dude, Trump should have just announced they took Greenland. I mean, that would have been the big... Could you imagine the curveball? This is Trump overseeing the attack tonight. Did you see Charlie Kirk grifting tonight? 2 days ago, he says no war. Today, he goes, president showed strength. Yeah, I mean, Kirk is going to fall in line. Let's take Greenland. Yeah, it's not going to happen, I don't think. It's not going to happen, brother. They're not going to be that lucky. UN chief gravely alarmed by U.S. strike. Trump announces Sunday Pentagon news conference. There'll be a news conference Sunday morning at the Pentagon to discuss the operation. Having Rubio, Vance, Hegseth flanking Trump was pretty badass. Yeah, I thought it would have been Trump by himself, honestly. Are we in the golden age yet? No, but I think we actually need the golden dome now because of this. If Israel's strikes last week weren't successful, do you think Trump would have pulled the trigger tonight? I mean, defined as success. You know, success in terms of normally the military strikes are, especially when they're done by sophisticated countries, they're normally all successful. What is the level of degree in success? I think Trump was always going to do it if they hit. I mean, because they're sabotaging the talks no matter what. So you're already entering in a period to where you're probably going to have no chance at a nuclear deal after Israel strikes, no matter how successful they end up being. So we'll see what the new questions are. U.S.-Iran ceasefire before August. Yeah, that's going to happen. U.S.-Iran ceasefire before July. U.S. forces invade Iran 2025, 10% chance. U.S. declare war, 8% chance. Iran strike Gulf oil facilities before September. Another U.S. military action against Iran by June 30th. You can't change anything. You don't have the influence. Best thing. I mean, what am I trying to change? Best thing to do is hedge. You've been buying defense stocks this whole week. They pay off tomorrow. I mean, what to make a 20, to make like a 5%? Chance, I appreciate it, man. Trust in Trump, you weak panicans. Iran has no leverage. This will ironically stabilize both the Middle East, Ukraine through peace and strength. How would this stabilize Ukraine, though? I mean, if anything, Russia would get more ambitious with this going on. But no, I hear what you're saying, man. Man, it's thundering out. We keep having this thunder. Netanyahu thanks Trump, says he acted with a lot of strength tonight. Chris Christie confirmed to take the Ayatollah's place as the new Iran Supreme Leader per Axios. Huge happenings. Huge update. All coins are down. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Truth Social crushed. This is why Trump does the Truth Social message. How mad Trump puts out the thing on Truth Social. Crazy. That's the only retaining value Truth Social has as a social media platform. The walk-in was pretty epic. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to see how this. I mean, they're going to be doing another. They're going to be doing some type of press conference tomorrow at the Pentagon. Truth Social is awful. Rate limits are way too strict. Yeah, I don't use Truth Social. I probably should have it on here though, just to see the updates on the Trump. But they all just get posted on X anyways. Check Palantir. Markets are closed. Thoughts on Dave Smith? Dave Smith's going to be really against Trump now. I mean, not that it matters. I mean, he's a comedian, but still support you. You still support me. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's tough. The coin. Which coin is it? I mean, dude, I don't want to go to that right now when I have more viewers. You know, people will just leave. So it's like, probably doesn't make sense to do that. Hopefully my coins do. I appreciate the support. I don't know, man. You voted for Trump 3 times, burned your MAGA hat. I don't know if that's is. I mean, what's the pettiness of burning a hat though? Godson, thank you for that. This might sound silly, but Israel reminds you of a semi-perfect cell, and Trump reminds. All right, man, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. No, man, the ads are the same on every stream. It's medium. It's medium ad aggressiveness. At least you might get 300K. Yeah, 300K. Maybe it'll happen sooner. I don't know. The thing is my videos have to start doing better. That's the problem. We want your resources. We love you. That's a top single. Did you guys hear the new summer hit? It's called "We Want Your Resources, We Love You." We want to help you. We want to help out your population, just like with the people of Greenland. Yeah, I'm sure everyone went live tonight. You know, this is. But the thing is I was live and it happened when I was live. What did Trump say something else? Vance looks concerned. When Trump speaks, you should listen. From 2011, really? You know, this is part of the stuff they're going to try and do. Where's BB? I don't know. I don't think he's talked yet. It would be on my timeline. I don't know. Is there a baby clip? Trafalgar President Trump approval rating. 54% approval, 44% disapproval. It's a Republican pollster. I mean, it's a good rating, sure. You need to go live again tomorrow. I mean, probably, man, but not in the morning. I mean, they're going to be doing some stuff like losing my voice. Is this his account? This is his account.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
I was waiting for someone to comment that. The fact that he said the word awesome is very odd. He's like the awesome U.S. military. It's a very strange word to use when you're giving an address like that. But obviously, I mean, he can't hide it. He's very gleeful. How do you feel about this? Well, it was a successful attack. You heard Israel's Iron Dome was going to fail within days? I don't know about that. I heard they were letting some of the missiles go by to make it more, make it worse. I don't know if that's true. There's a lot of stuff going around. People are talking about the Iron Dome not being very good. How can you not address Palantir? Peter Thiel, Vance connection, you absolute shill. No, I talked about Palantir for a long time, and I told everyone about it. It's a data conglomerate. They optimize data. Yeah, no, hockey, I know. I know. The thing is, hockey, it's just I'm just trying to neutrally report because you're going to get a bunch of stuff. I gave a poll to my chat tonight and it was like 50-50. Whenever something's 50-50, it's bad news. There's going to be a lot of disagreements. There's going to be a lot of angry people. So look at Mike Pence. I'm sure Pence loved it. I'm sure Mike Pence loved it. Well, yeah, we made the right call. You guys probably can't even see the tweet, but the problem is it's longer than, because I'm going to block you from seeing it. How much of a chance you give Iran on making strikes against the United States, including the... No, they cannot reach the United States. Iran cannot hit the United States. They cannot hit mainland U.S. They will, if they strike anything U.S., it's going to be bases. If there's going to be any attacks in the United States, it's sleeper cells. Iran can't even hit Israel, lol. Well, Israel is protected by a missile defense system, and they did penetrate it, but yeah, they do struggle to hit them. You highly doubt Trump has over 50% support. Yeah, I mean, composite-wise, Trump does not have that much support. I was looking at Trump's approval today. It was about composite. It's about like 50. It's about, well, the thing is when you say like, oh, he's only got 43% support, it's hard to say that because normies will say, well, wow. So if he's only got 43% support, then 57% disapprove. That's not how it works because it doesn't add up to 100. So it's better to go like -5, -6 in terms of accuracy on how you do approval rather than say like 43%. Because it's not 43% against 57%. It's like 43% against 49%. And then the other 6% are, you know, they don't have an opinion. The composite does not add up to 100 is basically what I'm saying. Trump is really concerned about retaliation. Yep, and so this is what I expected, far greater than that was what was witnessed tonight. Trump basically threatening a tactical nuke here, and because he doesn't want anything to happen to the troops, because obviously it would be a response to what Trump authorized. By fall, no one will be talking about this. Yeah, it depends. It depends the fallout and what Iran does. I mean, the issue is this entrenches, you know, the Israel-U.S. thing, and no matter what. Now, this could be minimized if it resolves quickly. He doesn't give a fuck about the troops. Of course he does. You know how much that would affect his approval rating if significant troops were lost? It's fucking bullshit. Trump knows in terms of politics, he's putting troops in harm's way by doing this. He's trying to threaten Iran to the point of like a tactical nuke usage. Avoid big crowds on the streets. I mean, listen, I don't know what's going to happen with domestic stuff. Obviously it's with whatever Biden let in. Oil will not go up. I mean, oil already went up after Israel struck him. This is a bigger power involved now. And it depends what they do to the Strait of Hormuz. You think Fetterman planned the whole thing? Yeah, I saw Fetterman's tweets of all people on the timeline. He was very, happy about it. Yeah, I saw that report, Jason. Apparently, only GOP congressmen were informed on the attacks, no Dems. Wonder why no leaks. You know what? 100%, you're right. Because the Dems would leak it and they'd blame Hegseth again. You can't tell those fucking people anything. They don't care. They'll leak anything. They just want to make Trump look bad. No, I agree with you in general. I agree with you on that about it being 2001 and why is this happening. You should. I mean, I said it was bad to look at, but you think Iran will cave or strike a base? It'd be very bad if they did, but I guess it depends the support that they have. But I mean, then you're talking about more just military escalation. The problem is Trump still doesn't know how to act politically or react politically to things like this. If he knew better, he wouldn't have gotten psyoped into bombing Iran. Yeah, I think there's something. I think there might be some type of situation at play here. Honestly, just from reading into it. Will Maul go to 50 billion? Yeah, Maul will go to like 20 or 30 billion. Honestly, man. Chris, $20. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. No comment. Iran will run out of missiles soon and they will be useless. I've heard that. I've heard that they're going to run out of missiles. They were launching a lot less missiles. Their second and third attacks against Israel. Did you see Trump's speech? Yeah, I watched it. It was about 3 minutes. What did they say? 3.5 minutes, maybe? It was a very expensive bombs, but they were kind of eager to check results themselves. Yeah, I know they were. They were talking about that before if they were going to use those MOBs and see what they would do in actual action. Trump's shortest speech ever. Yeah, it was more of an address. I don't. That's not a speech. It's an address, I think. Yeah, he's taking some hits. He's taking some hits. Iranian officials have indicated they plan to pursue legal action in response to U.S. actions and deem it illegal. But to the UN, go cry to the UN. That's what they're going to do. That's their big plan. They're going to take us to court. You're a total gem at this. Love to hear your insights. You always learn a lot. Keep up the good work. Can't wait till next election. KP, that's a nice one. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, what are they? They're gonna sue us. I think they're gonna sue us, guys. Rate Trump's speech. I mean, it was very short. You know, I thought it addressed what it needed to address. I could do without the ending, but any breakout TDS Dems suddenly cheering the bombings. Just the Zionist ones. $1,000 likes. Nice. 1,000 like stream. I don't know the last time I've had 1,000 like stream. I'm sure it's been a while, but I went back and looked at my concurrent viewers on my streams leading up to the election. And I didn't even know this, but I was averaging like 6,500 people in the lead up to the election. No one here is willing to address the Putin threat. what, taking over the Baltics, and Putin's got his hands full with Ukraine, let alone Europe getting involved. But I mean, it can spiral. Obviously, they are a nuclear power. Every single member of the U.S. military and all American citizens in the region is now considered a legitimate threat. I get you holding the line, but what do you think? Well, I mean, I think we'll see how it plays out. I mean, this is a decision made that, maybe was not totally made by Trump here tonight, but it was very successful. Do you think Trump planned this all along? He said 2 weeks, but yeah, no, I think that was 100% planned. Saying it was 2 weeks. It's a lull tactic, and then they report on the stealth bombers going to Guam and that they were going to refuel there and then go to Diego Garcia, and it's all diversion. Yeah, Iran. Hey, if you're concerned about Iran, what they're saying and scared about it, they make a ton of threats like that. It's you don't have to fear. Don't be. I don't want to say people not to worry, but that's a dime a dozen statement from Iran. Trump just put American lives in danger. He did. He thought it outweighed. He knew he was going to do that, and he thought the situation required it, and there was going to be blowback to it. So that's what he decided. That's my take. I agree with you. We wish it could have been avoided, and we're not coping. We understand what happened, and so there's a chance at a ceasefire here. Don't think it will escalate to war. Trump also isn't Bush, but at the same time, there's factors outside of their control as well. You're staying positive still. Yeah, I know. Well, it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen, but is Iran strong enough to really support something like that? Their regime is already hated by their own people. I mean, but to what degree, really? So much of it is like just haziness in terms of, I mean, what does that mean? Okay, the regime is hated. Does that mean they're going to be overthrown by the citizens? I just, like, Russia doesn't scare you. They have crappy air force. Yeah, I mean, Russia, they're probably going to catch a little bit of a break with Ukraine. They still haven't taken over those 4 oblasts. They don't have the full territory of them. They want all 4 of them, but, they're struggling. If no ceasefire, Iran last strike on Israel or U.S. It's easier to hit the U.S. bases, but I mean, you risk serious escalation that's going to happen from Trump probably. If that, I mean, technically Trump got what he wanted in terms of destroying what he wanted to destroy, so you wonder if Trump would still negotiate something. It depends how, I mean, you're risking serious escalation. You hit the U.S. bases. He said he were going to do it. Who knows if they actually follow through. Trump loves himself some BBC. Sold out, sadly. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone is worried, but come on, seeing America swing the big dick is always pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable, and not detected at all. Trump broke the news. Isn't it crazy how Trump broke the news out of any? Just 0 leaks. Very nice. Very nicely done. And just the stealth bombers are just very badass. Yeah, I don't know what RG3 said. What did RG3 say that was so bad? I mean, people like that people would comment. RG. Yeah, come on, man. This is not true at all. This is not true at all. You can't fearmonger like this. Come on. Are you seriously going to go with Vance was against this? It's positioning the same way Trump was against the war on terror. No, what happened is it was reported that Vance didn't want this and that, you know, that's what was reported today. Vance said no, and Trump ended up going with and doing it anyways. I mean, who knows if that's true or not? They could just trying to be diverting some of the criticism off of Vance because he's going to be running in 2028. But they don't think that far ahead. No Tulsi Gabbard. No Tulsi Gabbard, at least shown here. Giga Chad, Juck, Foos. Yeah, I get it, man. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, I don't know what RG3 is doing trying to fearmonger people, but, you know, going for engagements or whatever. You saw AOC speak on Trump? I didn't see she spoke. Tulsi is going to be resigning. You said just a few days ago America will not attack offensively. This was a defensive operation against a rogue. You know, I'm just, you know, it's just I don't know what to tell you. I mean, what do you want me to tell you exactly? This I can't do. Trump does what he does, and so what do you want me to say? It's like these people say I'm the one telling Trump what to do. Yeah. They want me to explain it. Yeah, this is bad if Tulsi is gone. I mean, it's just, you know, it's such a shame. That's what I say. It really is. First, no Epstein's files released, then this. Yeah, it's looking like it's a bad situation. I mean, you can say it's a defensive operation all you want, but they could never attack the U.S. mainland. This is just like Russia's special operation. No, I mean Russia invaded a country. Tell Trump. Yeah, all right, man. Dude, go watch Fuentes, dude. All right, I'll see you. I'll see you, man. No, Tulsi has not resigned yet. I'm sure Nikki Haley loves it. Oh, this is an archived account. There's too many of these fucking accounts that are archived by politicians. Bro, if there's one more person, people just like, guys, if you think AOC is attractive, all right, great. But like, why is it every time AOC gets brought up, someone has to say, "Oh, she's hot." All right, I get it. But it's just like, it's every time there's like 10 people that have to say she's hot. It's like, okay. Can we move past that? Netanyahu says Iran's nuclear sites have been destroyed. How many times are we going to see this screenshot, man? I mean, listen, I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, at a certain point, it's just, I see it so much. Greenland annexation will be coming soon. They should do it right now. I mean, it'd be the easiest time to do it. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for this stream. Obviously, a very eventful stream, and so I will be back tomorrow with the follow-up, the fallout, Iran responding, and I guess we will do one more look at these updates. What do they have here? A prominent advisor to Iran's supreme leader says they must launch missile strikes on U.S. Navy ships. Noted increase in air activity over Tehran. And yeah, so I mean, so this was a situation that happened. There was a military operation, and there was a successful military operation, is what happened. The entrance was a nice entrance. All right, guys, I'll see you.